big storm. I don't know if you're calling it rotation. I just got in. But
no, this is the storm system that we're talking about in Clifton, just to get you caught up, Dan, and the audience, is observed on the ground. It is believed to be a wedge tornado. It was throwing debris 25 to 30,000 feet in the air. It is believed to be a considerable tornado on the ground. Hail was inside of this tornado at 2.5-inch diameter, and it has been observed on the ground. Out and just outside of our area, but this is one of the reasons that we came back on air.
Got it.
Sadly, I left the studio at about midnight, and I said, well, hopefully everything dies down from now. We were hopeful that this would kind of suck the life out of these systems, but sadly, they seem to be recharging and refueling.
Okay, well then here's that timeline: 112 Swift, 117 Bath Springs, 123 Clifton. 125 Clifton Hasselfield, 133 Leatherwood, 135 Flatwoods, 141 is Moccasin, and 1:43 a.m. is Topsy.
Okay.
And so, I didn't, 2.5-inch hail.
That's, the reports were hail size between 1 and up to 2.5 inches. That is huge. That's virtually baseball sized hail, which can do incredible damage even outside of the prospect of a tornado on the ground. And once again, multiple reports online, and obviously some of these you take with a grain of salt, but we have so many of them in. This has been observed by the National Weather Service and their spotters, so we can say that there's a tornado on the ground, but multiple reports are indicating that it is significant enough that it is causing some considerable damage in that neck of Tennessee. The other tornado warning that we're looking at that just popped up at just after 1 o'clock until 1:45 is for that's Lewis County, that's Wayne County, that's the one we've been talking about. Let me get down to our other system. Dixon County, Humphreys and Hickman, that's going to affect Dixon, and it is believed to be over Dixon right around now. Now, this is a radar-indicated situation, and you guys, the drill. Radar indicates these things. National Weather Service, when they see enough evidence, when they see the signatures of the possibility of tornado, they're going to go ahead and make that call. That doesn't mean that something's on the ground with this one, but, it is significant enough that they've called it a tornado warning. Dixon burns around now. Charlotte, Bon Aqua, Pinewood, Bucksnort, and Van Leer. You're in the path of this storm. And then this is kind of the same line that these took the other night, where eventually they get into Fairview, and then, before you know it, you're talking Bellevue and Brentwood. Now, this system was moving slowly, but now it's picked up just a clip, and it's moving in a little more of an easterly fashion at about 50 miles an hour. Significant system, significant damage possibility, and you just have to be on the lookout for that. I would also encourage you, if you are listening and in a safe place and can offer any evidence or any observations that you believe is of value to the general listening audience, you can do that on the super text line. I would primarily focus on that 615-737-9986. That's 615-737-9986. And Dan, I'm happy to just continue to throw information out there. I know you've got a show that you've got to prepare for, and I don't want to keep you, but if you see anything on your end, just yell it out there and just to make sure that we can let everybody know about it.
Well, and we also, just so folks know, we have taken the phone lines off hold. So if you see something that needs immediate attention, you need to get the word out, the phone lines are open as well, 615-737-9986. And do we know, Matt, I know that when I was looking at this earlier, that the storms were going to hit Nashville, Middle Tennessee. And I think the timeline was about 2 o'clock or so that it was going to hit the Nashville area. But we're not under any tornado warning or anything like that in Nashville or Davidson County that I know of. But I think that's what the timeline is here for where we are. And as I said, coming in, I had a lot of lightning, the wind, and I don't know, Matt, if you've been outside, but it feels like it feels like a June day. It is so muggy.
Oh yeah,
it is.
I
so
left.
warm.
I left the studio at about midnight. And decided to come back to Mount Juliet, kind of set up things here. Was hopeful, and just, if folks are in bed, to give a little bit of a reset, there was a belief amongst, various meteorologists, both of a television nature, and then, there were several from the National Weather Service that believed that the system that we're dealing with was eventually going to stall, and that would create a dynamic that the possibility of tornadoes would go down. And it would just be a flooding situation where you just had a tremendous amount of rain being dumped. It doesn't look like that has necessarily been the case. And right now, just to pull the picture back a little bit and to give kind of the full scope of this thing, you're dealing with a line of storms that just has, in a couple of areas of Kentucky, absolutely devastated Kentucky. Bowling Green got popped. Hopkinsville got popped as well. And there's a belief that there were several tornadoes that fell down earlier tonight in Kentucky and may still be going on. Just dealing with this line of storms that, is up in Glasgow, Kentucky, Scottsville, Kentucky. And then if you imagine the map, it stretches down to Hendersonville. Hendersonville's about to get hit by this. Nashville is right now doesn't seem to be raining in Nashville, but going to be raining very soon. And then in Bellevue, it's coming toward you. It's on top of Dixon right now, and that's that system that is believed to potentially be putting a tornado on the ground. And then in Centerville, and then on back to, stretching along the line to, the Savannah area where that big storm, that big tornado is believed to actually be on the ground. So that's kind of the big picture. But, earlier tonight, it was a belief that as the system slowed down, that it would suck enough of the moisture out of the atmosphere and instability out of the atmosphere that this wouldn't be such a significant tornado event. Sadly, it does not look like that's the case, because as I watch some of my monitors here at home base, some of the images coming out of the radar system alone in the Clifton area, in the Saltillo area, and I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, it looks like certainly that there's a tornado there, and it is doing some pretty significant damage. Now that's going to be in I believe Hardin County and Decatur County, and so that's just outside of our area. I think Perry County is also impacted by that, but at the same time, obviously if you know folks down there, you need to make them aware that this situation is pretty dynamic and pretty significant. Once again, 615-737-9986. That's 615-737-9986. And if you're listening and you have any information that you believe folks would need, by all means, let us know. 8367 says, in our closet, thankful for your voice, your calming voice. Well, we appreciate that. I don't know how calming we are talking about the possibility of tornadoes, but we certainly appreciate that.
Well, and one thing, if you don't mind, Matt, I think now might be a good time to sort of review. And you said a few minutes ago, we all know the drill, but I think it's always good to review what to do if a tornado is bearing down on you, what to do when you're driving during a tornado. Matt, I know that you've been through this 1,000 times. I have as well. But we always have, as we all know, new people coming into Tennessee. So according to the weather folks, what to do when driving during a tornado: get to shelter if you can. If the tornado is far away or still forming, get to the nearest sturdy building and get underground if possible, and don't try to outrun the tornado. And Matt, the reason I think it's so important what you're doing right now is you're telling folks where it's going to be in the next 5, 10, 15 minutes, so that if you are in the car, then they know, okay, well, I'm driving right where this thing's going to be, so I'm going to go in the opposite direction. They do say try to make it to lower ground. Pull over, they say, and stop the car if you have no other options. If there's a sturdy building you can take shelter in, do it. They say don't try and shelter into a mobile home, and they always talk about pull over, try to duck and cover in a ditch or a low spot. If you have to ditch the car, get away from it, because the car could go flying within the tornado. And I just think cover your head with a blanket if you have one. All of these things, I know for Middle Tennesseans and folks in Tennessee, this is something that these days, Lord, it seems like every couple of weeks or every couple of days we're dealing with this. They also say don't take shelter. Last one here. Don't take shelter under an overpass, they say. That leaves you as a stationary target for a tornado. The debris can hit you, or you can end up being carried by the winds. And so it is important to know where these, these storm cells are coming from and headed towards. And I think that is one of the reasons why we do this.
It's an important reminder, and I'll tell you that last bit of information, as you know, Dan. I mean that. Relatively speaking, it's stuff that we've learned over the last, 10 or 15 years. When I was a kid, it was almost conventional wisdom that if you were on the road and a tornado came down on you to get under an overpass, and now, in the last 20 or so years, they've said absolutely not. That is a bad move, only because the winds get so strong under there, they suck you out, and the debris that follows the tornado's path under an overpass has killed many, many people. So it's just not the thing to do. This big tornado that's south of us is bearing down on Decaturville at about 126, Flatwoods at 140, Linden at 143, and then the first area that on this rundown that is of notice to me is Hohenwald, of course, in Lewis County, and that begins to get creep into the greater listening area of Super Talk 99.7 WTN. But and you mentioned being outside, being in a car. I'll just follow up, Dan, and say, obviously, like Dan said, you guys that have been a part of the Southeast coverage, whether it's in Tennessee or surrounding states, but, primarily here in Tennessee, the drill. But if you don't, obviously you need to have an action plan. Hopefully you've already gotten one. You've talked to your family members about, hey, if something bad happened, where would we go? If a tornado happened, where would we go? Well, where you want to go is that lowest interior room, basement if you got it. If you don't, interior room, lowest floor in a sturdy building, non-mobile building, no trailers, away from windows, and just hunker down in that area. Thoughts come to mind of underneath the stairs. Most people have a closet area or some sort of pocket area, storage and the like underneath their stairs. That's a great option. In case you're in an area such as Hohenwald, Hohenwald, the estimated time of arrival is about 2 o'clock there, but this thing's so significant and big, I don't think it's too early to start thinking about, exactly where you're going to go and what you would do if you're in and around that community, or if you have family members.
Matt, is there a way? I'm looking at the radar, and I'm getting everything turned on in here. So Hohenwald, as it moves, it's moving northeast. Is that the direction?
That's right.
So if I'm reading the map correctly, and by the way, severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Nashville, Tennessee, 1:21 until 2 o'clock this morning, which is 35 minutes from now. But as it heads in that direction, is there an indication as to, once it approaches, I-65 and heads into, that is our listening area, but closer towards, Williamson County, where will it hit? Is there a way to see where it's going to cross?
The track that I'm looking at, Dan, has it crossing through Hohenwald, and then, honestly, then you're talking about Santa Fe.
Yeah.
And then, the track has it moving just north of Columbia into Santa Fe is really kind of the first populated area past Hohenwald, at least on my map. And then after that, you're talking about Spring Hill.
Yep.
Crossing 840 when it gets to 65 and just south of the Franklin area. Now, obviously, the things can vary and the path can shift a little bit, but that is the current track that we have it on, and that's a little farther out. That would be more of the 2:30. That's maybe an hour from now that we're talking about some of those communities that I just mentioned. But boy, right now we've got that situation. It just moved through Toledo. It's now just north of Clifton, and like I say, I focus on it only because there has been several meteorologists have confirmed that this is on the ground, and the very radar images just look pretty dramatic when you look at them on radar because of the all those signatures that we've seen over the years, that hook echo and these types of things.
And for just so folks know, because we do have 100,000 watts of FM radio signal, tornado warnings until 1:45 this morning. Hickman, Lewis, Perry, and Wayne counties. They're talking about hail of 1 inch in diameter. They're talking about how this is a considerable threat, and they say the source is observed. Does that mean, Matt, that there has been an observed rotation?
Yeah, that means that there have been human beings have seen and reported that they have seen the tornado. So that would observed versus I suppose they would say radar indicated. So observed indicates that tornado has been on the ground, and it has been seen on the ground. Hohenwald at 159, and then I don't know about Centerville at 211, and Wrigley at 222. Those are the next three towns in that area that the big storm that has been observed has been seen. So I know that those are smaller communities, but nonetheless, just want to kind of give you the sense of that track. The other system that's going through is this one in the Dixon Burns area, and that is more in an area of the world that we have some considerable listening. And in that area, it looks like, I just want to check my tornado warning to make sure. There is a new tornado warning coming out of Kentucky just to the north of Tennessee. And then there's, the tornado warning for southwestern Dixon, Humphreys, and Hickman counties is going to expire at 1:30. So that's good news.
Yes.
They're going. The National Weather Service is already saying they're going to allow the expiration of that tornado warning in Dixon, Humphreys, and Hickman County. And just reading the notice, the expiration is expected in about a minute from now. The storm which prompted the warning will no longer appears capable of a tornado. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. Hail, damaging winds, heavy rain are still possible with the thunderstorm. Well, Dan, I would say this, with that expiration, obviously we have this significant storm south of us, but no one on radio is going to be able to hear us. I don't know how you feel about it, but if that is allowed to expire, maybe spend a couple of minutes just trying to figure out where we are, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, that was the only tornado warning that is currently in our listening area, the Dixon tornado.
Right. No, I think you're right. And if we want to regroup, we can regroup. And what do you want to do? You want to play some commercials? Do you want to go back to Red Eye Radio?
You know what? I think we're probably going to be back here in the next 20 or 30 minutes talking about this system that's moving into our area at that time. So if I would suggest we take a break, maybe get back to Red Eye Radio, reset a little bit, and then probably reconvene in the next 30 minutes. Hopefully not. The only reason we would do that would be that tornado warning in our area, but maybe reconvene in just a little bit.
All right. I think that's what we do. Mason, who is here running the board, you want to throw in, it's actually 1:31, so they're in the break on the network. So why don't we play some spots and rejoin Red Eye Radio?
This has been a breaking weather update on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We'll return to our regularly scheduled programming next.
But they went full on. Scarborough. Oh, my gosh. I could just see them in the ride home together after that morning. Did I do good? I said, F you. Did I do good, hon? Did I do good? Huh? Wasn't that great? Huh? I did good, huh?
I said, F you if you can't.
Can we stop
handle
for an
it.
ice cream on the way home? Because I did good?
You
Just
can't.
virtue signaling.
What I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna be like that guy in that movie. Remember the guy? You can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
And if I throw that out, well then yeah, they'll all agree with me.
You're damn right I ordered a code red. I mean, how could you? It's because you had to have seen it. We know that he saw it.
This is a breaking weather update on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, back a little earlier than initially anticipated. Good morning. It is 1:40, 20 minutes until 2 o'clock. This is Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and apologies to Gary and Eric and Red Eye Radio, but obviously we need to inform you about what's going on weather-wise, particularly with a couple of cells within this greater system that's moving through Middle Tennessee that has us concerned about tornadoes, and as a matter of fact, we have confirmed that there is a tornado near Linden, Tennessee. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Linden, it is it's due west of Hohenwald, and it is to the south and to the west of Centerville. And this storm system that has a confirmed tornado inside of it is believed to be on top of Linden in the next several minutes, and then it will continue to track outside of Linden and eventually get to Lobelsville, and I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, Lobelsville, in about 8 minutes or so, and then eventually on to Centerville. And then that track would take it, frankly, directly toward Fairview, and eventually, if it continues along the same track, into Nashville, the metropolitan area. So there's a confirmed tornado on the ground, and we're tracking said tornado at 1:41 this morning. My name's Matt Murphy. I'm back at my home base in Mount Juliet. I know Dan Mandis is preparing for Nashville's morning news this morning, and he will pop in on occasion when he's got information there from our studios in downtown Nashville. Obviously, this storm system started way earlier tonight, rather this afternoon, and it hit Arkansas. It popped Arkansas very hard. A number of confirmed tornadoes.
Matt, I don't want to.
You got to go right ahead, Dan. Yeah, go ahead.
Linden, it looks like Highway 13 and Highway 412. That, if you're out and about, that is exactly where they're saying this activity is. 13, which goes north and south, 412. And I don't know where these areas are. I've never been out this way. But in 412, where those two highways or roads intersect is where this activity is. And it looks like, as you say, Matt, Chestnut Grove at 143, 152 Pleasantville, 155 Upper Sinking, 209 a.m. Tuolumne, but 210 is when it's going to hit Centerville, 214 Grayton, and then 219 Little Lot. And again, I'm not sure where those places are, but they're getting very precise in where this activity is.
Right, and the Highway 13 goes north out of Linden to Lobelsville, as I look on the map here, and then 412 travels east to west, and if you go east, that'll take you over to Hohenwald. It looks like, obviously every place in our listening audience is going to get hit by some form of severe weather or another, so I'm not diminishing a severe thunderstorm. It can be very scary and produce incredible straight-line winds, but the central area of concern right now is this rotation that has been confirmed near Linden. Several meteorologists across the city of Nashville have confirmed this. The National Weather Service confirmed that this is a tornado that is near the town of Linden right now, moving right over Linden at 144. And as Dan said, expected to be in areas like Pleasantville, in the next several minutes, and then eventually moving on that track from southwest to northeast and getting to Centerville, which is the biggest area of population. Obviously, there's plenty of folks out there in that region, but the biggest area of population is Centerville. The next opportunity for it to hit a significantly populated area after Linden. But it looks like it's on top of Linden right now. And, some of the I'm looking at some traffic cameras from my vantage point, and some of the traffic cameras along I-40 are just the system is very dramatic with a tremendous amount of lightning, a tremendous amount of wind. Looks like incredible sheets of rain falling sideways. And that's the system that is producing what is believed to be a tornado on the ground. Now, the tornado has been confirmed. There's a slight difference between a confirmation of a tornado and a tornado actually hitting the ground where you are if you're in that area of rotation. So just to reset here, we're on the radio at 1:45. Matt Murphy and Dan Mandis tracking another tornado warning. Sadly, this one in North Lewis County, Perry County, and West Hickman County. And I would also note this is the same system that is believed to have touched down earlier tonight and created havoc, really, in the Selmer, Tennessee part of the world, which is a little further south and a little further west. But there is another system that was just described by WSMV Channel 4's Dan Thomas as a major tornado. Is heading, generally speaking, in that area, and it will hit Middleton, Tennessee, and then eventually continue on its way to Selmer if it stays formed in the next 30 to 45 minutes. So that is another system that is moving towards Selmer, that is moving towards Savannah, that is producing a confirmed tornado. So this system is just
got hit.
Yeah, they just got popped, and it looks like there's another one that's coming their way. So, my goodness, this system just kind of continues to refuel itself and re-energize itself as it moves through in that typical fashion that we've seen on the map so often. So that's what we're looking at right now. If you have any information, if you have valuable information on the ground, you're welcome to provide it at 615-737-9986.
Matt, we do have some times, by the way, real quick. I don't mean to interrupt, but
no, please go ahead. I'll yap until you say something. It's all good.
we do have some times. Centerville, this storm due to hit about 2:06, but before it gets to Centerville, 1:46. Some of the smaller communities, Beardstown, Beaver Dam Springs, Etna, Aetna, 2:01 a.m., Centerville at 2:06. Then beyond Centerville, heading northeast, you've got 2:14 Little Lot, 2:19 Jones Valley, 2:26 the community of Fly, 2:32 Smearden, 2:35 the community of Boston, and then Bingham at 2:40.
It is believed that this tornado is still on there. We've got several tornado warnings that we're tracking. And let me just kind of reset and run down from the National Weather Service as quickly as I can, and we'll give you some timestamps and some cities because this system, if it continues along the way, and I'm talking about the Hickman storm, it will hit Williamson County here in the next few minutes. Now, the National Weather Service allowed that Dixon, that Hickman County, Humphreys County tornado warning to expire, but that is still a significant cell that we believe has produced a tornado earlier tonight. So just to reset, National Weather Service issuing a tornado warning right now for Lewis County, Perry County, and Hickman County, all in Middle Tennessee, of course, until 2:15. Just about 6 minutes ago, a confirmed, and this is from the National Weather Service now, so we're not attempting to scare anyone, but you need to know the significance of this situation. At 1:40 a.m. Central Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Linden, Tennessee, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation, and you are told to take cover immediately. It's a damaging tornado that has been confirmed. It is a life-threatening situation, obviously. The tornado is in Linden now and believed to get to Centerville at around 2:05 this morning. This is the biggest system on the map right now, and it is a very serious situation. If you have friends in Flatwoods, Lobelville, Gordonsburg, Kimmons, Pleasantville, if you have friends in Centerville, then you give them a call and wake them up. If you feel like they might be asleep, now's a good time to consider where you're going to go in the case of a tornado, because it is believed to be on top of Linden and heading towards Centerville just in the next few minutes.
And Matt, we have some new times.
Yeah, please.
Centerville, 2:12. The community of Wrigley at 2:23. Lyles at 2:25. Tidwell, 2:32. It's going to hit Fairview at 2:39. 2:47 Bingham, and then it's going to hit Franklin at 2:53. So in about an hour from now, that's the time track, if you will. And a few minutes ago, I went outside to here in Nashville, Music Row. We still have a lot of lightning. We've got a lot of thunder. Still some rain, a little bit of rain coming down as well. And so for Nashville, which I believe, Matt, you're running through the watches in the warnings. I believe Nashville is currently under a severe thunderstorm watch, but no tornado watch. Tornado watch.
Yeah,
are we under
tornado? Yeah.
Tornado,
the tornado watches. They've extended those until 6 o'clock, and
okay,
I can real quick run down the counties that we're talking about in Tennessee. Let me get to there we go. Tennessee counties include virtually every county in our listening area at this point, including Trousdale, Wilson, Williamson, Sumner, Smith, Rutherford, Putnam, Robertson, Perry, Overton, Pickett, McNary, Macon, Marshall, Murray County, Lewis County, Hickman County, and I could go on. But virtually every county in the Super Talk 99.7 WTN listening audience is currently under a watch. That's a tornado watch, meaning conditions are favorable. The tornado warnings that we're looking at, obviously this one that we continue to discuss, a life-threatening situation that is moving towards Centerville and is expected to be there at around 2:10 in the morning. And I believe, Dan, that is the only tornado warning that we currently have in our listening area. There's another one that I mentioned that is about to move through the Selmer and Savannah area, and that's well to our south and well to our west. But severe thunderstorm, obviously, that's going to hit almost everybody. And just to give you a sense of where that line is right now, and frankly, looking at this map, the line has broken up, pretty considerably, and now we're getting more of those. If you imagine a radar, more of those blobs of red that are, creating cells in and of themselves. But there's a huge blob of red with that system that developed a storm earlier tonight in Dixon that's believed to be a tornado. That is coming toward Nashville right now, and it'll be in the Bellevue area in a matter of minutes. And then eventually that same system is going to hit Nashville, a little north of Nashville, into Goodlettsville, Hendersonville, and eventually make its way to Ridgetop and Gallatin before it continues to skirt through the north and out of the state. But, Nashville, and Dan, you're there. But here in Mount Juliet, no rain, a tremendous amount of wind. If you're in Lebanon, no rain. If you're in Smyrna, no rain right now. Murfreesboro, you're not seeing any of this as of yet. You will at some point tonight. And as I said, about an hour ago or so, the belief is at some point the air will become stable enough. It will slow the system down, and it will just stabilize and stall and just begin dumping a tremendous amount of rain. And at that point, we're kind of out of the tornadic portion of this and into just the severe rain and flooding issues. But now
they are really worried, Matt, about that rain. They're really worried about, and by the way, I've got some new times real quick. Communities, so 158, it's going to hit Schubert, Hohenwald at 159, Centerville is now at 212. The community of Graham at 215, Wrigley 223, Santa Fe 232, Fairview 239, the community of Sycamore at 242, 253, Franklin, and now we have the community of Brentwood, the town of Brentwood, at 3:01 a.m. is when this very serious storm is going to roll into more populated areas like Fairview, Franklin, and Brentwood. And so that's going to be about 45 minutes from now.
If you guys see anything or if there's anything of note that you believe is of import to the listening audience, the phone lines are available at 615-737-9986. Obviously, the super text line always available at the same number, 615-737-9986. Matt Murphy with you from Mount Juliet. Dan Mandis back at home base in Nashville, Tennessee on Music Row, covering a tornado warning that is in our area. For those of you just maybe waking up, perhaps the thunder and the lightning caused you to wake up. You're trying to figure out what's going on. The reason that we're here right now, just before 2 o'clock in the morning, primarily is this tornado warning that has a lot of folks concerned. Right now, it's right in the Linden area, and we just continue to reiterate: if you are in Centerville, if you're in Hohenwald. Obviously it looks like it's just north of Hohenwald, but it can turn at any moment. Centerville, you look in a specific area of concern right now as this confirmed tornado has now passed Linden. Now, when we say confirmed, I just want to make sure you know that obviously we are not there, so we don't know exactly where it's hitting on the ground, exactly what the pathway might be. But right now we do know that you have winds in excess of 95 miles an hour within this circulating storm system, and the tornado has been observed on the ground near Linden, Tennessee, and then obviously moving on towards Centerville. Expected to be in Centerville. Let's see.
212. I think I said. Yeah, 212.
Yeah. I saw briefly just, Salt Lick, wherever that might be, at 218. Pinewood by 221, and I think you mentioned Little Lot, Dan, because I took notice of that. Little Lot at 224 this morning. So there you have it. Just sadly, a lot of activity in the overnight hours on the heels of what we saw just a few days ago. I hate to bring it up, but another round expected tomorrow night. Another batch of severe weather tomorrow night. Apparently, we won't squeeze all the moisture and all the instability out of the air with all of this activity tonight. So Nunley, you need to be on the lookout. Pinewood, you need to be on the lookout as well. And those are time frames in the next 20 minutes or so. The expectation is it's on you. And Centerville, once again, I always like to say when we do the storm coverage and I don't tell grown people what to do, but I will say this: if I'm in Centerville, I'm getting to my designated safe place. I'm taking my helmets or whatever we have to protect ourselves, and we're going ahead and doing that. This is a confirmed tornado that is going to be on you, in the next 15 minutes or so.
And what's interesting, Matt, is I'm particularly interested in how fast these tornadoes are going, or the system is going. Previously, we said that Centerville was going to be hit at 212. They've now moved that up to 208.
Oh, really?
So
okay.
157, the community of Cobble, Centerville at 208, 219, Wrigley, Santa Fe at 227, Fairview at 235. Franklin is now going to be hit, they say, at 249, Brentwood 258, Nashville at 303. Man, it's going to be a long night. Mount Juliet at 320, and the community of Martha at 327. We just took a look outside, Matt, and here in Nashville, Music Row, we've got light rain, a lot of lightning. I mean, a lot of lightning and some thunder as well. So obviously the brunt of this has not hit Nashville yet. I assume that when it hits Nashville, we're going to have just a downpouring of rain, and the lightning and the thunder will continue.
Yeah, no question. Obviously within all of this, as we focus on these tornadoes and these tornado warnings, anywhere in this system, you're dealing with 60 mile-an-hour winds plus. Anywhere in this system, you're dealing with the hail. Anywhere in the system, you're dealing with a tremendous amount of lightning and thunder, of course, and just a tremendous amount of wind and rain. And Dan, you mentioned and reiterated that, part of the fear is obviously the tornadoes. That's primary fear number one. But then in the aftermath of this, in areas like Waverly and Clarksville, to pick two towns to our north and to our west, it's believed that there will be anywhere between 8 and 10 inches of rain, and obviously localized could be worse. In Nashville, it's believed that eventually, before all is said and done, between 5 and 6 inches of rain. And, we know how that goes. I mean, if there's that much rain falling in that quick amount of time, a lot of localized flooding, and y'all know the drill. Turn around, don't drown. You need to make sure that your safety is the most important thing. Getting wherever you're going takes a backseat to your safety, especially when it comes to rushing water across roadways. That is for later on tonight, into the morning, and into Thursday. But right now, boy, at 2 o'clock, as we sit here on WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville, Super Talk 99.7 WTN, boy, this area of red and this tornado warning that is confirmed to be moving towards Centerville right now is, boy, it looks dangerous. It just looks frightening, and it's one of those things that you just hope folks are taking caution, taking heed, and make sure that they have their weather radios on, or they have their radio on to Super Talk, and they know what's about to hit them, because the fear. And I don't even like to verbalize it, but the fear is that, folks wind down, don't see it anywhere near them,
right,
go to bed, and it's on them, before they're able to get up and take immediate action or get into an action mode.
Well, and if you're at home, go to your basement, an inside room, particularly if you're in Centerville and some of these communities where this is coming, without windows on the lowest floor. They do say, of course, the safest place in the home is the interior part of a basement. If you don't have a basement, go to an inside room without windows, lowest floor. This could be a center hallway, bathroom, or closet. This one I always talk about, Matt, only because I had an aunt and uncle. They had a massive piano on the second floor.
Oh, wow.
And this piano was so massive that it was an older home, that the second floor started to give way. It's a very older home. So the reason I say that is because this next piece of advice, avoid taking shelter where there are heavy objects on the floor directly above you.
That's
heavy
good advice.
Objects, refrigerators, pianos, maybe a big old armoire, something like that, could fall through the floor if the tornado strikes your house. And they also say, for added protection, get under something sturdy, such as a heavy table or workbench if possible. Cover your body with a blanket, a sleeping bag, a mattress, and protect your head with anything available, even your hands. And it looks like right now, Matt, I'm looking up at the radar. It looks like Centerville is getting hammered right now with a lot of lightning, a lot of rain. I can't see if there's any rotation yet. It would be a little early. They said 2:08. Right now it's 2:03 in Middle Tennessee. It looks like it's just now that the core of that cell is coming right into Centerville right about now. So if you're in Centerville, all the pieces of advice that I just gave you, get to your safe place in your home and ensure that you and your family is safe.
And I don't say this to promote us. I say this because it's the best way to get it done. If you have a battery-powered radio, take it with you. If you don't, as you get into your place of safety, if you have our app downloaded, go ahead and pop that, and the power on your phone should be fine. Hopefully, you can keep a 5G signal, and if you want information, that's the way to get it. Don't value that information more than your individual safety. At this point, if you're in Centerville, the safety of you and your family, that's the most important thing right now. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for, virtual. We got a warning on the radio.
Yeah.
On the online platforms. But, yeah, you've got that severe.
We've got tornado warning observed, they say, for Dixon, Hickman, Murray, and Williamson counties. So that's that storm that we've been tracking.
Oh, yeah. And it is and Mason, just I don't want to lose the radio audience with all of this information. I know we still have the online listeners and the app listeners, and hello to all of you. Thank you for listening on there. But I want to make, because there's I got a couple of other pieces of info on the long track nature of this storm. But that one is for Dan. You said that one's for Dixon too.
Dixon is in there too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I of course have now gone away from that
page. No. I got it.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
Mason, I guess tell us. I don't know how this.
Yeah.
works.
He'll
tell us when.
Just let us know when we're back on air, Mason.
Absolutely. It's almost done.
Yeah. I got you. I appreciate you.
Hail size 1 inch in diameter.
I swear, earlier tonight, that big storm down in that Selmer area, they said 2.5 inches.
Yeah, I saw
That's
some
crazy.
of the.
That's crazy. Yeah, if some of these storms are as bad as they say, my goodness.
Well, Selmer. Oh, hold on. I didn't know. And I got new times too, Matt. When we come back.
Okay. I'll get us back in and then
Centerville, they're saying 2:08, which is like literally in 2 minutes.
Like now, yeah.
Yeah. All right, Juliet 319. How fast? Do you know how fast this thing's going?
50?
50
I
miles
think
an hour?
I've got that yet.
We're back?
Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and we appreciate you tuning in to get the most and complete information regarding a serious storm system that is currently moving through our area that has produced a large and confirmed tornado on the ground. And, Dan, I think you have the latest track on that system and some of the timestamps on where it's going to be in our area.
I do, Matt. 2:08, so pretty much right now it's going to hit Centerville. 2:19, the community of Wrigley, Santa Fe. At 2:27, Fairview 2:35, Thompson Station at 2:43, 2:48, Franklin, Tennessee, 2:57, Brentwood, 3:03, Nashville, 3:13, Smyrna, and 3:20, Mount Juliet. So that is the track right now for this storm, which is right now over Centerville. And by the way, the phone lines are open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. If you're in Centerville and by the way, this storm is moving, you call it northeast, right, Matt? About 50 mile an hour?
Yeah, northeast, just under the latest National Weather Service indication was it's now moving at northeast at 45 miles an hour, calling it a particularly dangerous situation. As of 2:03 a.m., it was under 9 miles southwest of Centerville, indicating at 45 miles an hour, 9 miles. It is on top of Centerville virtually now. So please, if you're in and around Centerville, just to the east of Centerville, now's the time to do what you got to do to make sure that you are as safe as you possibly can be. It is being called a life-threatening situation. Flying debris can be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed in this storm, according to the National Weather Service. It is a damaging and confirmed tornado that is believed to be on the ground in Centerville right now. And it is traveling at a path southwest to northeast at roughly 45 miles an hour. And so we'll get you as many of those stamps as we can. I know those are very valuable to folks who are wondering if they're in the path of this storm. But just suffice it to say that if you're in Centerville, and I hope you're in your safe place, but if you are in, for example, Prim Springs, if you're in Lyles, if you're in Thompson Station, as Dan mentioned, Santa Fe, even Spring Hill, in case it veers a little to the east and not northeast. But then eventually, we're talking Fairview, Leapers Fork. And just the other night, we had this huge system go over Leapers Fork. Thankfully, it did not seem to touch down in Leapers Fork or in Franklin, but it was one of those situations. This one, we believe, it has been at least on the ground at some point over the last 45 minutes to an hour. It's a long track storm, and it's been doing some damage in its path. So you need to take cover and take it very, very seriously, especially if you are in and around the city of Centerville. Brian and I were talking the other night, Dan, maybe it's new radar technology or maybe it's just the nature of these storms, but these black areas on the map, where you're accustomed to the green turning to yellow, turning to orange, turning eventually to red, and then even pink. And in this system, we've seen a couple of areas of black, which I can only.
I don't know if I've ever seen. I've been doing this a long time. I've never seen black.
which I mean that has to be worse than the rest, I would think, and so take this very, very seriously. Confirmed hail at over an inch. Earlier tonight, the same system apparently produced a 2.5 inch diameter sized hail, and right now in center. Oh boy, I just saw a graphic where one side of this radar indicated a mile per hour of 69.
Ooh.
Dan.
Yeah.
69 miles an hour on one side and negative 42 on the other. So that is, and it's tracking wind in one direction. So that means that is the swirl of a funnel cloud.
Yes.
That if you've got a mile per hour of 69 on one side and directly to the south of it, it's negative 42. That indicates that you're seeing a tremendous amount of rotation in this storm system that now is going toward Hickman County.
Yeah, I've got a new timeline.
Yeah, go ahead, Dan. Yeah.
209 Centerville, which obviously is right now. We've got 217 Little Lot, 221 Jones Valley, Prim Springs is at 222, Tidwell, community of Tidwell at 229, 236 Smarten, Fairview 237, Bingham at 243, Franklin at 250, and the town of Bethlehem at 251.
So I mean, as we continue to talk throughout the morning, obviously we are only going to continue to discuss more populated places.
Yeah, as it heads towards, obviously Williamson County. You're talking about we were talking about Thompson Station earlier. We're talking about Franklin. We're talking about Mount Juliet earlier as well. These are all communities, obviously, stating the obvious, that are going to be hit by one thing or another. And this is a very powerful storm, obviously, right now. We have tornadic activity, confirmed tornado, you said, Matt, in Centerville. At least we have the rotation.
And they continue to call it a confirmed/observed tornado. Okay. And that observed distinction to me would indicate, unless I'm reading it wrong,
no, you're not,
that people have literally put their eyeballs on it and they've observed these storms. Also, I've noticed, with some of the monitors that I have in Mount Juliet, watching some of the activity, we're getting more and more as we get into the populated areas. We're getting more and more live camera looks.
Oh yes,
and believe it or not, with all of the lightning strikes, you can see the system coming through. I've not visualized a tornado of any sort, but you can see as the system moves toward the Franklin area, they're monitoring that, moves toward Columbia. Overall, they're monitoring that. But, the biggest area of concern, just to reset at 2:12 in the morning, is this damaging tornado that is confirmed, large and dangerous, and it is over Centerville now, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. And just if you're on a track, some of the communities we just mentioned, Leapers Fork is one of them. Franklin, obviously, is a huge suburb of Nashville. You need to start considering, I know we told you this just the other night, but you need to start considering going ahead and gathering the family and making sure you've got, the pets and everything you need. If you're in Murfreesboro or Smyrna or Laverne or Mount Juliet, and you have awoken to this nastiness that's coming your way, now's the time to batten down the hatches. Now's the time to get all of that done, because in the next 30 or 45 minutes, you're going to be doing the same thing that we're seeing out of Little Lot and Wrigley and Fairview right now. And those are folks that are getting into thetheir places of safety right now.
And Matt, they're talking about
storm.
that. There's that hook in Centerville.
Yeah, and with all of that debris, you feel like something's kicking up all that debris.
Yeah,
and with that, I'm looking at it too, Dan. That little hook echo or hook signature that they call it.
Yep.
Where the winds are going in those two different directions. That's just what the meteorologists tell me is a telltale sign that if you've got that hook, then you have the rotation. If you've got all of that debris, then you have rotation that's hitting something that's popping that debris up in the air. So Wrigley by 220, Mill Seat by 225, Fairview by 2:37, and then Bellevue at 2:51. Just a little less than 40 minutes from now, Bellevue, it's going to be on you, and that's after it passes through Fairview. Obviously, now we are literally in the metropolitan area of Nashville. Thompson Station's just going to miss this to the south, although you're going to get hit with a lot of rain, a lot of hail, a lot of wind. But the concerned polygon are in some of those communities that I just mentioned. And I'm looking at a Centerville camera, and, when it's night, Dan, over my years of experience, maybe this isn't the way that I should be doing it, but I do this. If I see a lot of city lights still on, I feel like that's a good thing.
That is actually you're right. If the lights are on, then things are bad, but at least the power's on.
Right. And if the power's on, that your fingers crossed that, that maybe they avoided the worst type of damage that would obviously knock down power lines and knock down power sources and knock the power out as well. But, I'll say this. I mean, looking at the overall map, and obviously we're focused on that one area, that one warning, but the rest of the map looks like, severe thunderstorms, and I don't want to say quote unquote typical, Dan, but
right.
It's your standard variety severe thunderstorms. I just don't see any other warnings, I guess, in any other part of the area, and the line seems to have broken up a little bit.
The line breaking up in the back part of the storm, and you are right, and it's so hot, muggy, that I don't know how quickly a new system could form, a supercell could form within these storms that seem to be not tornadic in nature, because as you know, Matt, covering this for a long time, that those things can happen in an instant. But you're right. Right now, it just seems like we do have right now that one storm, that one tornado that is over Centerville, and we got some times here, Matt. 2:21. This storm that is over Centerville right now, 2:15, which is right now, is also over little communities like Little Lot, 2:21 Wrigley, Tidwell at 2:29, Boston 2:36, Fairview 2:37, Franklin at 2:48, Brentwood at 2:57, Oak Hill at 3 o'clock in the morning, and then Antioch at 3:05. So that's the path that this is going to take. And Matt, you're right. You and I have been doing this so long. There are times where there's multiple cells and multiple tornadic activity or tornadoes that we're covering over a large area, sometimes, to the north and then to the south. And right now that is the main focus, is that storm right now that is over Centerville and heading northeast at about, you said, 50 mile an hour.
And there's a lot, and obviously there's a lot behind it. There's one, I just kind of broadened my map out, Dan, and to see if there's any tornado warnings. There's a tornado warning just to the east of Memphis, and that is that track that we saw take a tornado through Selmer and through Savannah. But we have to watch that, obviously, because that could potentially eventually make its way our direction. But right now in our area, this one Centerville deal that is moving now out of Centerville and moving along that track that we've been describing to you is the biggest area of concern. Every county in the listening area is under a tornado watch. And virtually every county in the listening area is going to have some form of a severe thunderstorm. I think we owe Mason a short time out, Dan, and maybe it'll give us an opportunity to reset briefly and to get our bearings about us. So with your permission, Dan, you want to do that?
Yep, I think that's fine.
All right, great. 18 after the hour, Dan Mandis is at home base on Music Row at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Yours truly, Matt Murphy in Mount Juliet, broadcasting live tonight, covering the severe weather and the tornadoes that are on the ground in the state of Tennessee. We'll be back in just a moment.
This has been a breaking weather update on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We'll return to our regularly scheduled programming next. This is a breaking weather update on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Indeed, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We are here live overnight on Super Talk at 2:23 in the morning, covering breaking weather, including a tornado warning that is in effect until at least 3 o'clock tonight. I'm going to get some eyeballs on that and give you the specifics, but we're covering a tornado that is observed on the ground. It is being called by the National Weather Service a large and extremely dangerous storm that is currently just south of the community of Wrigley, just north of the community of Little Lot, on top of Little Lot, to be more precise, just south of 840 and heading for Fairview. It should strike Boston just to the north. It's going to and when I say it, I mean the belief of where the tornado track is going is just going to be to the north of Santa Fe and right around the Leapers Fork area. And it eventually will track toward Franklin if it indeed continues on its track and if it is in fact on the ground. It is believed to be on the ground. It has been observed on the ground earlier tonight. It is a very dangerous and long track system, and I want to run down for you exactly what the National Weather Service is saying about it. Matt Murphy here in Mount Juliet, coming to you from home base here. Dan Mandis is in studio preparing for Nashville's morning news and popping in with valuable information from his perch on Music Row. So, tornado warning remains in effect. This is as of 1 minute ago. The National Weather Service re-upped a tornado warning. Now, this is a different one, and I want to tell you about this system here before I get to the dangerous Wrigley-Williamson County situation. There is a tornado warning that remains in effect for Henderson, Hardeman, McNairy, Hardin, Chester, and Decatur counties. This is the same area that this system that we're tracking right now came out of. It is to the south and to the west of our listening area, but is a very serious situation that just got popped. Now, the velocity and the track of the storm system that we're talking about is going through Fairview, going through Bingham, going through Pasquo, going through Bellevue as of 2:35 to 2:42 to 2:49. So Bellevue by 2:49 tonight. Brentwood, or this morning. Brentwood by 2:57 this morning. And Berry Hill at 3:01 this morning. That's the latest timestamps that I can give you. Once again, Fairview, you're in the crosshairs at 2:35. 10 minutes from now. We cannot reiterate enough how dangerous this storm has been and how potentially dangerous it could be right now. The storm system is it's just south of 100. It is on...
It looks like Highway 7, Matt.
Yeah, there you go, Dan. Thank you very much. Highway 7. I was trying to put some eyeballs on that thing. And it is soon to hit 840 and cross over 840 right around where 840 and Highway 100 cross. And then eventually we're at Natchez Trace Parkway and we're on into Williamson County. So Dixon, Hickman, Murray, and Williamson County, you are under a tornado warning right now until at least 2:45, and the expectation is for some of you that tornado warning is going to be extended. That is the biggest area of concern. Obviously, there are pockets of severe thunderstorms around our listening area. There's lightning strikes. There's hail. The typical things associated with a storm system like this. But the scary news and the scary part of this system is just about to come into Williamson County, into Murray County, and just about to cross over 840. Once again, that is just south of 100. I would call that, around Loveless Cafe in that general vicinity. I think we're going to hit that general vicinity here in the next couple of minutes.
Well, that's the outer part of that storm is already hitting 840.
Yeah, so this is it's a very serious system that is heading.
Firewood Road is another one, another big highway out there.
Yeah, and a lot of lightning. And right now, radar is indicating that rotation. It has been observed to be on the ground earlier tonight. So if you have any information, if you have anything that you believe is of a serious nature enough that you want to put it out on a 100,000-watt radio station, now's the time to get that. 615-737-9986. If you're able to do it safely, you can super text us. You can call Phone lines are available for you as well, and we invite you to do that if you have some information that you believe is of importance to the listening audience. There is a significant thunderstorm going on just to the north of Nashville. Obviously, there's a lot of thunderstorm activity in and around this system, but the rotation area just looks to be coming down on Fairview just in the next 8 to 10 minutes, Dan, and then from there, Franklin, you're directly in the crosshairs, and this track is going to be followed up by another track system that I mentioned earlier that is currently out of our area, but sadly, we believe if past performance is any indication of future results, if this system got from there to here, then this follow-up system potentially could re-energize in the atmosphere and eventually lead its way back into our area too. So, like you said earlier, Dan, sadly it's going to be a long night tonight as we track these warnings that potentially could be creating tornadoes that are on the ground.
Well, it looks like Fairview, the way that I'm looking at this, and it's traveling northeast, Fairview. I don't know if we have a timeline on Fairview. We're giving out so much information, but it looks like it's on the outskirts of Fairview now, heading northeast, heading into Fairview. A lot of lightning, a lot of hail, obviously a lot of rain as well. And I was seeing hail 1 inch in diameter is what they were saying.
Yeah, and we're seeing quite a bit of that. And I'm looking now at
what? There you go.
Well, I don't know why we would pay more.
I would never want to pay more.
I would never
flooring.
want to pay more.
No.
That gentleman is. I don't mind him interrupting us with that valuable stuff. So I see it right on Fairview, right on top of Fairview, and that just between just outside of where 40 and 840 split off from one another. We're looking at Brush Creek in that area, and some of the local communities, and then Bellevue is going to be just to the north of the area of concern, but it's right on top of Bon Aqua right now. And it's bearing down on Franklin, and maybe just to a little to the north of Franklin as it slides east, but it also slides north as that system moves our way. Let's see. There's an update on the severe thunderstorm is in Davidson County, Cheatham County, Robertson, Sumner, and Wilson. I mentioned that. That is a warning, not a watch. And then this new tornado warning for western Williamson County, Leapers Fork, Fairview, Pinewood Road, Natchez Trace Bridge, Garrison Springs. It is believed that this tornado is on the ground, large and destructive, part of a long-track supercell, and you are asked to wake up and take cover by the National Weather Service, because now is the time to get that done.
We do have, in addition to what we're currently tracking, we still have rain all across Middle Tennessee and in various places. Gallatin, I think, is getting quite a bit of rain right now. Goodlettsville as well, as we track the storm, which, again, right now with the tornadic activity is right on top of Fairview. But here in Nashville, we are still getting a lot of lightning. A lot of lightning. And it's very dramatic lightning, too. I don't know if you saw it when you were driving out of Nashville earlier, Matt, but this lightning, it is dramatic. It is the kind of lightning that sort of flashes across the sky, and also sky to ground lightning too. So, this is part of the storms that have been causing chaos all across the South.
Yeah, it's that like that long lightning. I would say, I know that's not a term of art, but that long lightning that just for a brief second or two will light up the sky and almost turns night into day for just a second, and just repeated lightning strikes or cloud to cloud lightning that creates those dynamics. We're seeing that on so many different cameras around our community. And yes, to answer your question, Dan, I saw some of that even in advance of this current system that's moving through Nashville. But the lightning, the hail, the wind associated with this, all of that, well and good. We can handle that. What we can't handle is the possibility of a long track tornado bearing down on Fairview. So just to kind of re-up this summary at 2:33 a.m., a particularly large and dangerous tornado is believed to be on the ground, and it is making way for Fairview. It is making way for northern Murray County and southeastern Dixon and western Williamson and eastern Hickman. You're all in the crosshairs on this in that polygon structure that they like to utilize now, as opposed to designating counties. They do portions of counties and create polygons. Included in this would be I-40 between mile markers. Now, this is information that's about 8 minutes old, so just kind of calculate it out. Mile markers 170 and 184. I-65 is now being highlighted as an area of concern because it will be over you before you know it. And then, obviously, 840 between mile markers 1 and 26. All of those places are in concerned areas. Leapers Fork, Nunley, Santa Fe, Lyles. It's on top of Bon Aqua. It's coming toward Fairview. Very, very serious storm that will eventually make its way to Bellevue and to Brentwood and, into the Franklin area. No way of knowing exactly the turns that it might take. But if you're anywhere around Thompson Station or Leapers Fork or Franklin, even Cool Springs, Linden, Fairview, all of those populated areas, and then, of course, Brentwood, need to go ahead and, get up and, do what you need to do. We hate to get you out of bed. Hate that you have to do this at 2:34 in the morning, but you just have to do it because it's on top of you and will be in the Cool Springs area. For example, at 2:57, it'll be at Brentwood Academy at 2:58, at Brentwood High School by 2:58, and then before you know it, out of that area and moving on in that northeast.
And we have a bit of a timeline there. By the way, I'm seeing on the socials that large hail has been dropping from this storm in currently over Fairview and making its way northeast. Currently 238, talking about Fairview. 239, the town of Boston. 247, Pegram. 251 is the new time for Franklin, Tennessee. 3 o'clock, Brentwood. 3:05, Nashville. 3:08, Antioch. 3:16, Smyrna. 3:21, Green Hill. And then 3:22 is when it's due to hit Mount Juliet. We're talking about all the things. We're talking about, hail, a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, obviously a lot of wind, straight line wind, tornadic activity as well. And so if you're in any of those areas that I just mentioned, you've got to know where your safe place is in your home, and you've got to make sure that you're ready. And I'll repeat that one more time, 2:39, which is right now, or in a couple of minutes, the community of Boston. Then you've got Pegram at 2:47, the town of Franklin at 2:51, 3 o'clock in the morning, Brentwood. God, my phone is going crazy with notifications, Matt. 3 o'clock, Brentwood, 3:05, Nashville, 3:08, Antioch, 3:16, Smyrna, 3:21, Green Hill, and 3:22 in Mount Juliet. And they are talking about radar indicated.
Here's a little.
rotation.
I mean, if we look for,
we got an emergency alert.
Yeah, there you go.
That's on my phone.
I think no, it's all good. Is that your phone?
That's my phone. I'm assuming we're off the radio too. Are we off the radio, Mason? We're not off the radio?
Oh,
nope, we're still going right now.
Oh, my apologies. Well, we might be in just a moment.
Yeah,
Dan's phone was going off, so
good thing I didn't curse.
Well, I was going to say that the National Weather Service, according to our good friends, and I say good friends, I don't know these folks, but I think they do a good job in Davidson and Williamson County. They are Nash Severe WX on social media. I think they do a fine job, and whomever you are out there, congratulations and kudos to you for keeping folks aware on the X machine. But they are saying that the National Weather Service has confirmed debris is no longer being seen in this system in western Williamson County.
Okay.
But it remains tornado warned, is what they're calling it, heading into Fairview. Obviously, this is a system that has dropped a tornado, observed a tornado, but now they believe it has lifted. It has gone aloft, but the rotation is such that it could drop another tornado at any moment, like at Fieldstone Farms or Brentwood South, and south of the city of Nashville. But the warning is currently only for western Williamson County for now, which is a good sign. But it could recycle a tornado and drop another tornado at any moment. But right now, according to the National Weather Service, debris is no longer being seen as we speak in this system. Western Williamson County, it's a supercell, and as you mentioned, Dan, Nash Weather WX is confirming it, now a large hail producer. And as it enters Williamson County, no confirmed tornado on the ground, but obviously the system has a history of popping one at any moment.
And we do have a new timeline if you want it, Matt.
Yeah.
All right, so Sycamore, 237, Linden, 242. It's going to hit Franklin now at 247. It speeds up and slows down just a little bit. So these times do change from, a couple of minutes apart. Franklin is now at 247. So if you're in Franklin, you got 8 minutes. 253 Forest Hills, 256 for Brentwood, Tennessee. Woodbine at 301, Antioch at 304, 309 Laverne, 317 for Mount Juliet now, and 321 for Silver Springs. So that is the current timeline, and they are talking about quite a bit of hail involved in this, obviously. But it is interesting, Matt, the debris, how you say there's no longer debris found in. That just means that it's no longer on the ground, correct?
Well, what it means is, according to the National Weather Service, they have the radar has become so significantly refined that they can distinguish rain from debris that's aloft in the atmosphere. And so when they see that debris signature, they believe that indicates that a tornado is not only rotating, but it has hit the ground. Well, what they were saying about this system that has produced a tornado in the past and went through Centerville, it was believed to be on the ground when it went through Centerville, that it is believed that signature, that debris signature, is no longer there. What does that tell us? It's a radar indication that whatever rotation is happening aloft is not getting to the ground at that moment, because they feel like they would see a lot of debris in the atmosphere. And earlier, this system was throwing debris as far as 30,000 feet aloft. So, that is significant amount of damage if that's the case back to the west of us, but not believed to be doing that right now. But obviously that can change at any second. And, I reiterate that, whether it is a radar-indicated tornado warning or an observed tornado warning that people have seen on the ground, I think you should treat them exactly the same, because at any second, the whole concept of that radar indication is at any second, here comes a funnel cloud, and it could pop right out of the atmosphere and affect you and your family. So right now, that system looks to be, Dan, right to the east of Fairview.
Yep.
I think I'm looking at that correctly.
Yeah, you are. It looks like so if you're in, the area of like Brush Creek, Fairview Boulevard, which is Highway 100, to the northeast-ish of Fairview, South Harpeth area, then, which there's not a lot there, then that is where this system is. Some new times, by the way, Matt, real quick. 244 Linton, 248 Bellevue, 249 Bethlehem, 253 Forest Hill, 256 Oak Hill, 257 now for Nashville, Glen Cliff at 259, 301 the Nashville International Airport, and on it goes. And so, but we still have a lot of lightning. We have a lot of thunder. By the way, Joan Jones on her way into the radio station from Manchester. All is well where she is, and as she makes her way in, really what we're looking at right now is this system that is, would you call it southwest of Nashville, but heading, but heading, northeast, and
heading really, it seems, for the city proper.
Yeah.
And for those of you in Columbia that are experiencing nothing right now, or Lewisburg, or even if you're out in the hinterland in Tullahoma and those places, Murfreesboro and Smyrna are two good examples. You're not getting rain right now. The radar indicates that you're getting a lot of wind. You're obviously feeling that there is a disturbance in the atmosphere, but you're not getting rain as of yet. It is going to get to you eventually. A lot of the rain that you will see is way back to the south and to the west of us right now, and it is a system that is producing significant damage in those areas. So don't feel like that just because we're not calling your name that you're out of the woods. It's just going to be a little bit of a delayed time frame for you. But we got a new update at 2:36. So, less than, about 7 minutes ago. And I just want to reiterate this update because Davidson County is now included in this tornado warning. They're still calling it a warning. They're not seeing debris, but obviously rotation is there. The National Weather Service in Nashville has issued a tornado warning for Davidson County, Williamson County, and southeastern Cheatham County until 3 o'clock, some 17 minutes from now. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Fairview, or 13 miles west of Franklin, moving northeast at 70 miles an hour, Dan. 70 miles an hour. So this thing, I mean, there's your, you were talking about these time changes.
Yeah.
There they are, right? I mean, this thing is, it seems it's picking up speed. It is capable of producing a tornado at any moment, not believed to be producing one right now. Locations impacted in the tornado warning include a lot of communities here like Franklin, Madison, Forest Hills, Nolensville, Hermitage, Belmead, Brentwood, Nashville proper, Bellevue, Natchez Trace at Highway 96, Pegram, Fairview, Berry Hill, Kingston Springs, Leapers Fork, and Percy Priest Lake. If you do not have to get out on the roadways, if it's not an immediate concern that you are on the roadways, you are asked not to get on the roadways on I-40 between mile marker 182 and 222, I-65 between mile markers 63 and 95, I-24 between mile markers 37 and 63, or 840 between mile markers 7 and 21. Those are areas that are being impacted right now by this very, very serious storm. And it, I would just extend that and say, at 2:45 in the morning, hopefully you're not on the roadways if you don't have to be, and please don't get on the roadways if you don't have to be, because it's a very serious storm system moving through Davidson, Williamson, and currently Cheatham counties, which is where our tornado warning is right now.
And Bellevue is, as this storm heads northeast, Bellevue is just starting to now feel the effects of that really, really heavy rain. And that storm with that previous tornadic activity is heading, again, northeast as it makes its way towards Nashville. So we've got a long ways to go tonight. We've got still a lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, a lot of hail, and the super text line is open at 615-737-9986. If you see something, say something, folks. We're a 100,000-watt radio station, and if there's something that people need to see or need to know about, then by all means, let us know by calling the phone number or hitting us up on the super text line at 615-737-9986. Matt, we do have some new times here, some more specific times. The community of Bingham right now is being hit with this cell at 245, 250. In about 4 minutes. Franklin, you're going to get it. 250 Brentwood as well. 257 Oak Hill. 250 is going to be the city of Nashville, of course. No, it's 259, the city of Nashville. 303, it's going to hit the airport. And then on northeast, it's going to hit Hermitage at 307, 311 Green Hill, and also at 311 Mount Juliet. That is when you will feel the major impact of this storm. So,
and just real quick, and we're getting some stuff on the super text line. And best practice during severe weather is to listen on air on 99.7 FM. I appreciate all of the folks that are listening on the app. Thank you so much for listening on our app or listening on our stream. I would just alert you and just to make you aware that, we apologize that sometimes when we interrupt regular programming to bring you specialty programming like severe weather programming, that it it squirrels up the app or it squirrels up the stream.
Yeah.
The stream thinks it's supposed to be playing commercials at a particular time, and so sometimes there can be interruptions. We sincerely apologize for that, and we do everything that we possibly can to clean that up and to get it out of your way. It's next to impossible to get all of that cleaned out of the way. And I apologize for it, but it's just a part of interrupting regular programming. Normally, you'd be hearing, of course, Eric and Gary and Red Eye Radio, or Dan Mandis and Red Eye Radio.
And real quickly, Pamela Furr has sent us a text. Tornado sirens in Old Hickory and Hermitage, Pamela. If you want to call in, I think you know the number.
Yeah.
615-737-9986. We can get a Furby report.
Yeah, the redheaded stranger says that the sky outside is pink, so we need to. That's what she said. So
wow, okay,
we need a report on that.
Well, Pamela, the phone lines are open, and anybody, if you're listening, phone lines are opening. By the way, this storm continues to make its way towards Highway 431 as it makes its way northeast, and as Pamela said, tornado sirens in Old Hickory and Hermitage.
We're getting tornado siren reports in Donaldson as well. And, I think, as we started this, I don't know how long ago now, Dan, but, 1 o'clock, I guess it was, or thereabouts, virtually 2 hours ago. A lot of the areas that we were talking about were very unpopulated now. Obviously, if a very bad storm system hits your house, then that's as serious as if it hit anyone else's. However, now that we're getting into more populated areas, we're getting a little more response from the super text line. We need you out there, you field reporters, to give valuable information to people who might be listening. For example, Suzanne says that the Brentwood siren is going off in the Nippers Corner area. Right. So if you're in and around Nippers Corner, you need to kind of
tornado sirens in Franklin.
That's right.
By the way, we do have Pamela Furr on the line. So Pamela, thanks for calling in. So you are in Old Hickory?
Yeah, the Old Hickory Hermitage area. I am standing outside. I don't know if you can hear the sirens in the background. But it is a little eerie because it's still very warm out here. It's just now starting to rain, and the sky is pink. That's just, the sun's not up. It's not a sunrise kind of pink. It's more of a, I don't know, danger lurks kind of pink in the sky.
It's got a dangerous pinkish hue.
It really does. So I probably shouldn't be standing outside. I probably should be taking cover now, since those sirens are going off. So I'm heading probably to my closet here in just a moment.
All right.
Just to be on the safe side. I'm close to the airport. So if you're in the airport area, Donaldson, Hermitage area, Old Hickory, it's probably a good idea to get up.
Well, Pamela, let us know. Let us know, and hit us up on text if you want, and let us know that you're safe and what's going on in Old Hickory, and be careful.
You got it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, be careful out there, Pamela.
All right. By the way, 6727 on the super text line. I'm hearing west of I-24 to Nashville. Thank you so much for the information. You're welcome. Sirens in East Nashville, says Mary. Allison says in Lenox Village. It looks like she's hearing some tornado sirens.
Lenox Village, Nolensville
Road. In Lenox Village, Nolensville Road, just south of Old Hickory. Sirens.
So, here's the deal, folks. Davidson County is under a tornado warning, and so you're going to hear the sirens going off in Davidson County. That's the right thing. I would remind you that let us not depend on sirens, outdoor sirens, for our weather warnings. You depend on your phone or something inside of your house. I think it's good if you're hearing those warnings go on, but those are primarily for people who are actually outside, not those that are inside. Most of us are inside. Hopefully, look, this tornado warning it's got the feel that the National Weather Service believes that it is becoming less severe in that, they were talking about a long track tornado on the ground. That was about 30 minutes ago. Now they're saying that the debris signature has gone away, and that this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado at any moment. But I think obviously you need to treat this exactly the same way So if you're in Brentwood, it's on you right now.
Yep.
If you're in Creve Hall, it's on you in about 4 minutes. Antioch in about 5 minutes. It's going to be at Nashville Village by 3 o'clock this morning. 8 minutes from now. You need to go ahead and take those safety precautions and take this storm system very, very seriously.
And it is pouring here on Music Row. Absolutely pouring. A lot of lightning as well. No tornado sirens or anything. By the way, somebody says that they are in Old Hickory. They don't hear any sirens there. But here's the thing. And Matt, you were talking about this earlier, where these days, I mean, you and I go back long enough where you would have just, entire counties have these, which they still do, but these warnings and watches. But now they go into sort of like micro county areas,
right.
Like regions of a county, areas of a county. So just because you might be in, I don't know, southern Old Hickory and Pamela might be in north Old Hickory or whatever, there's a reason for that. It's because that tornado warning or the tornado activity, the tornadic activity is more than likely to hit, the area where the siren is going off. Maybe it's not going to hit your area. But the bottom line is, with a night like tonight, with a morning like tonight, I don't care where you are in Middle Tennessee, you've got to be on high alert. By the way, we've got some times here. We were talking about that earlier. It's 2:54. 2:52, which right now is where Brentwood is getting hit right now. 2:54, Allen Arena, Oak Hill at 2:54 as well, which is right now. Berry Hill, it's coming to you in 2 minutes. Woodbine, 2:57. Glencliff at 2:58. The airport at 3 o'clock, and at Donaldson at 3:01. So there's a lot going on. And it looks like our friend Aaron is letting me know that out of Fairview, tennis ball size hail.
Wow.
Tennis ball? Have you ever seen tennis ball size?
That's big hail. That's no.
I have never in my life.
The short answer is I've never witnessed tennis ball sized hail, or I don't think that I've seen a photograph. Maybe. No, well, certainly not one in Tennessee. Maybe in some other system that made national headlines, but nothing like that. That's considerable,
yep.
And that is dangerous.
Yep, there we go.
Absolutely dangerous.
There's an alert coming.
Yeah, I finally got my
warning.
tornado. Mason, alert me and alert Dan if we leave the airwaves. But there is a new tornado warning. In our area, my area, Mount Juliet, Wilson County, until 3:45. That's new.
That is new. Tornado warning, 3:45?
We are off the air.
We're off the air now. Apologies to those of you listening on the app while we have you alone. If you're listening to me right now, obviously, when you schedule a computerized system like an app and you break that normal schedule, it screws with the program. So we apologize to those of you listening on the app.
And we appreciate you listening on the app. To me, I love watching and listening on YouTube. It is so easy, and we don't see all of the issues that we sometimes see with the app. But that's
the app just gets janky, and the stream sometimes gets janky, and I
sure does.
I love all of you. You know what doesn't get janky? A good old fashioned transistor radio.
No,
Some
that
batteries.
never gets janky.
No, I love a good old transistor radio. That's what we're here for.
Are we back on the air, right, Mason? No,
I don't think so.
I can hear the rain here in the studio,
yeah.
Matt, and. So you said there's a tornado warning in Wilson County till 3:45. Hail size 1.75 inch in diameter.
Yeah, I've got it. I've got the tornado warning update, the alert that just came down. And Mason, if you if we still owe you a break, I can do a legal ID and we can do a couple of minutes if Dan wants to at the top.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
After we run this down. Well, yeah, we'll run these warnings down when we get back and then do that.
Forest Hills is getting hit right now.
100-mile-an-hour winds at Forest Hills.
I'll let you guys know when we get back here on Official on the Air.
Yeah. I'm just gonna repeat what computerized
right
voice
at the top
says.
of the hour. We can take that break and then we can
Yeah.
give it a little refresh.
Yeah,
it looks like they've got Matt. some rotation. It looks like that's going to be south west of Brentwood. Are you seeing that?
Holy moly! I'm looking at.
And we're back.
All right, go. Matt.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Matt Murphy, joined by Dan Mandis, covering severe weather moving through Middle Tennessee and the Nashville metropolitan area. It's 3 minutes until 3 o'clock. And Dan, we'll take a break here in just a moment, kind of reset things and pay a couple of bills. But right now, the most serious situation we're watching, according to the National Weather Service, a tornado warning for Davidson County, southwest Sumner County, northeast Williamson County, and northwest Wilson County. The same system that has in the past produced a tornado is moving through these areas. That necessitates the tornado warning. The National Weather Service does not believe that there is a tornado on the ground, but a tornado could easily fall out of this system at any moment, capable of producing a tornado. It is now located over Forest Hills. It is moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour, and the indications are that a tornado is possible and that Gulf size and larger hail is going through the system and will be a part of this system.
And Matt, we also have tornado sirens now going off in Mount Juliet. Folks, if you're in Mount Juliet, 615-737-9986. If you're in that area, 615-737-WWTN. Tornado sirens going off right now in Mount Juliet. Some of these times, Matt, real quick, 258 Brentwood, 302 Creve Hall, Paragon Hills at 304, Nashville at 310, Nashville International Airport at 310.
I'm looking. Yeah, I'm looking at.
You're looking at the same thing I am.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at. I'm just looking at the National Weather Service report. So I don't have timestamps, but I do have just locations. You need to be on the lookout. This is a system that's moving potentially into Berry Hill, Cottontown, Hendersonville, Green Hill, Forest Hills, Goodlettsville, Brentwood, obviously, Oak Hill, and I'm throwing all of these areas out there because these are the areas of concern. If you're in the Metro Nashville area, I hate to wake you up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it is exactly 3 o'clock. You're listening to WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville, Dan Mandis on Music Row at our studios, Matt Murphy in Mount Juliet, and I have not heard the sirens, Dan, but obviously I'm inside too. And if you're
Gladeville,
inside,
well, you're near Gladeville, aren't you?
I'm on the Providence side. I'm on the I'm on the I-40 Providence side of MJ. So
that is kind of that's kind of sort of close to. It is close to Gladeville because that's where I have friends there. So
yeah. We have friends in Providence too, Dan. Matt Murphy, I'm your friend. So right now, tracking this very serious storm system, Davidson, Williamson, Wilson, and Sumner counties currently impacted. I think I owe you a couple of minutes, Mason, so let's do that now, and we'll come back, we'll reset, and we'll get everybody up to date with this very serious system that's moving through the Metro Nashville region and could potentially drop a tornado. It's a system that's dropped a tornado earlier tonight. We'll be back briefly. It is Super Talk.
And by the way, if I may, I'm sorry, Matt.
Yeah.
Real quick, though, because this is heading definitely, obviously, populated areas now. Phone lines are open. 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. One guy saying I-65 southbound around Columbia, dry, but a lot of heavy wind. Wilson County, Wilson Central sirens are going off as well. So, yeah, this if you're out and about, friends, and you see something that other folks need to know about, the phone lines are open, 615-737-9986. Tornado warning continues. And you want to reset those tornado warnings real quick? It's at Davidson County, Wilson County.
Yeah, I mean, it's, virtually all of the Metro Nashville area, but specifically Davidson County, Sumner County, southwestern Sumner County to be specific, northeastern Williamson County, and northwestern Wilson County. So Wilson, Williamson, Sumner, and Davidson until 3:45 this morning. A severe thunderstorm capable at any moment of producing a tornado is located and moving at about northeast at about 45 miles per hour.
And we do have tornado sirens now. Our friend Lindsay in Lebanon and Hermitage as well, which makes sense if we had the tornado sirens in Old Hickory. Okay, we'll take a quick break, and then we're going to come back. Phone lines are open, 615-737-9986. Also, you can send us a text. The super text line is blowing up now with people experiencing the sirens. Super text line is open as well, 615-737-9986. We'll be right back on WTN.
This has been a breaking weather update on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We'll return to our regularly scheduled programming next. This is a breaking weather update on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Matt Murphy. I'm joined by Dan Mandis, and we have been covering for the last several hours a very serious storm system moving through Middle Tennessee and is now impacting the metropolitan area of Nashville. We've got a tornado warning in effect for Middle Tennessee and Davidson County, Sumner County, Williamson County, and Wilson County. This is not a system that is currently believed to have a tornado on the ground, but it is at any moment capable of producing a tornado, and it is currently moving at a rate of northeasterly at a rate of about 45 miles an hour. It is expected to be over B&A Airport at any second now. And Dan, I don't currently have a timestamp on it, but obviously this system is creating havoc in Metro Nashville right now. Yeah. Lightning strikes, hail, and obviously the ever-present possibility of a drop-down tornado.
Well, they do show some rotation anyway near Antioch. It looks like, I don't know, just maybe north of Antioch. And it looks like it's heading, towards Mount Juliet.
Hitting Creve Hall right now. Paragon Mills in about 3 minutes. I'm looking at Hermitage at 3:24 for this system.
Okay.
And then Mount Juliet by 3:30 is what I'm seeing on my screen.
Well, and I have friends, and of course I'm from Mount Juliet. Amy and Riker are down in the basement themselves. We do have tornado sirens going off, and tornado sirens are going off pretty much everywhere from Old Hickory, Mount Juliet, Lebanon. I'm not sure about Gallatin or Hendersonville. We do have tornado warnings for Davidson, Sumner, and Wilson County. And I'm not sure. It sounds like the rain has stopped here in Tennessee, in Nashville.
Well,
has it stopped?
The radar,
No?
Maybe it's just raining so hard that you can't hear it anymore. No, I mean, it looks like y'all are currently being popped, at least according to the radar.
Go see what's going on outside, Mason, if you would.
Yeah, I just took a peek out our window, and it's still heavy pouring out there.
Yeah, it's raining hard. It is raining significantly, at least according to the radar. And that rain is coming. It's popping Hendersonville. Gallatin is experiencing some heavy rain. And you know what? I mean, this system is still producing rain in Dixon and beyond, back through Clarksville. So this is not like the other night. If you guys were up for the system that went through throughout the night a couple of nights ago, it was one of those, it hits, it gets through, and then it's done. And, an hour after you get popped, you don't have any rain. Rain will continue throughout the course of the evening, and the anticipation by the National Weather Service and by local meteorologists is that eventually this system slows down and begins to stall. The serious storms will kind of phase out as it stalls. That means the possibility of tornadoes. Now, there's always a one-off possibility, but that diminishes. And then this becomes a huge rain event for large portions of our community, particularly if you're just to the north and just to the west of Nashville Metro. You're going to be seeing potentially as much as 10 to 12 inches of rain over the life of this system. So this is not like a quick hit and out of there. Once the rain descends on you, you'll have some gaps in it, but it's going to be it's going to be a part of our evening, and it's going to be a part of our morning. It's going to be a part of the commute tomorrow as well. So right now, looking at the tornado warnings, and I'm just going to reset my computer.
Well, hold on. I think we've got Chad Benson, who is going to be calling in. He's in Nashville, and that's not Chad. All right, my bad. Well, Chad texted in. Oh, Chad says what number? Chad, you should know the number, my friend.
I'm sorry.
Matt and I are both laughing.
I got more enjoyment out of that than I probably should have. I didn't know the number for. I couldn't tell you the hotline number on a bet, but I have it on my phone.
Yeah. Same here.
So West is 87.
Hold on. We do have.
You got him.
We got grab number 2, and I got Jeremiah in Clarksville. Jeremiah, what's going on where you are?
Good morning. Well, it started a heavy downpour here about 11:30 last night, and it's after 3 a.m., and it has not stopped. I have no clue how many inches of rain it's put out, but it's been a solid downpour for 4.5 hours without any stop or break at all in the fall.
Well, and remember, and I appreciate the call, remember, and Matt, you and I were talking about this, where once the tornadic activity is officially over and moved on, and we do have tornado warnings, Mount Juliet, Linden, Old Hickory, I guess, Matt, Chad is on line 2 now, and tornado warnings and tornado sirens have been going off across Middle Tennessee. Chad, what's going on? Where are you in Nashville?
So we're right on Music Row. I'm about a quarter of a mile, maybe half a mile from you, and on District and Broadway, and it's right in between. And we've been having sirens going off. It's a little alarming. There's no doubt about that. The rain is coming down. You know, it's weird. It's the calmness.
Yeah. Right.
We'll get a big storm and the winds will come in. Then all of a sudden it gets calm. And I just was watching a TikTok live, a guy downtown, and you could see the funnel clouds near Nissan Stadium, like start to touch down, like they're starting to come down, and then they, dissipate. So it's definitely an interesting night.
I feel like we are like right on. I mean, we've had tornadic activity, and some communities have been hit. I feel like we are like right on the precipice.
Yeah, I feel like it's happening around us.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt about it, and it's interesting because I just stepped outside really quick because, there's no sirens going off, but it's eerily calm out here. As I look around, I mean, the lightning is still going. It's just nonstop, but it feels like there's nothing going on that feels like there should be something getting ready to happen.
Well, here, real quick, I've got a new timeline for our friends in Mount Juliet, 3:13. So right now, if you're in the Hermitage area, you're getting hit. Mount Juliet at 3:20, 3:25 Silver Springs, 3:27 the communities of Martha, 3:33 is at Egan, 3:37 Lebanon, 3:41 Hunters Point, 3:45 Taylorsville, 3:49 Bellwood, and on it goes. And so it looks a rock. I don't know what community that is, but it's somewhere northeast of Bellwood.
Yeah, and just to reset this, at 3:09, the National Weather Service has re-upped a tornado warning in Tennessee in Hardin and Decatur County. Once again, same system that's producing these tornado warnings in Nashville. Difference is those communities which are to the south and to the west of us, including Selmer, have already been hit by a tornado tonight.
Yes.
It was a tornado that was observed on the ground outside of Selmer, Tennessee, and now we have a new system that's moving through that area. So I don't know if we have listeners down there listening on the app, listening on alternative methods outside of the 99.7 signal, but regardless, pray for the folks in Selmer who have been impacted already and are getting impacted again. Right now, this system is bearing down on Mount Juliet along a line on I-40. And obviously, that track is well familiar. It was before my time in MJ, Dan. But folks in Mount Juliet that have been there for a long time, they well remember that system that produced those tornadoes several years ago.
Yep.
That saw them drop down between I-40 and 70 in that little corridor area. So
that tore right through the heart of Mount. I live there. That right through the heart of Mount Juliet, destroyed that school and homes, and the community was just decimated. So I'm keeping an eye, obviously, on all the storms in Middle Tennessee.
Well,
but
I'm about a half a mile away from that school. So
you are.
As I sit here tonight. So I might have to dip just to make sure that the dogs and everybody are where they need to be out, and I might do that briefly here in the next minute or two, Dan, just to make sure that we got everything handled on our end that we need to have handled.
Well, if you want to go and do that and take care of the dogs, I think we got this. Chad,
I'll be back in just a moment.
All right, Chad, you're in, and boy, the super text line is going crazy. Chad, we have sirens now in Donaldson. We have quarter-size hail in the Old Hickory area. And what's going on where you are now in Nashville, Chad? I wish, the studio is so dead quiet. I could hear the rain earlier. I don't hear anything right now.
No, it is eerily quiet. There's a little bit of wind, and the rain is coming down, but it is very quiet. And like I said earlier, it's that sense of the quiet before the storm kind of thing. Like you talked about earlier. It feels like we're kind of on the precipice of it. It's almost like we're in the middle of some sort of the storm itself, right? And we're just waiting for something. The sirens are off, and they've gone off several times tonight, as well as the phones, and that has happened on numerous occasions. So it is eerily quiet, but I feel like, looking on the radar earlier, that this storm still has a big punch to it. And we're right here just off of, Broadway, right near the Music Circle, and, not too far from the station. But like I said,
right.
you can hear the rain, and then all of a sudden the rain just kind of dissipates. The wind
right.
it becomes so still. It is, like I said, it's eerie, which is a worry, it feels.
Well, we are looking right now at an area in Mount Juliet, 40 in Mount Juliet, right there, Providence Parkway. That is getting pounded right now. Little bit to the east of Providence Parkway. This is right where Matt Murphy lives. Matt, are you back? So 40, right around Mount Juliet, 40 in Mount Juliet near Providence Parkway, a little bit to the east of that. They are showing a little bit of rotation. They're not saying that there's a tornado on the ground that I can see, but if you're in that area, Mount Juliet Road, Central Pike, right there near the mall, that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing, they're showing the rotation. It doesn't mean that there's necessarily a tornado on the ground, but okay, yeah. This is an area of concern. 40 in Mount Juliet, 615-737-9986. Joan Jones is online. It's on the hotline. Joan, where are you and what are you seeing?
So I'm on 24, Dan, just passing the Haywood Lane exit as I'm making my way into the station. And it's so weird because I've watched the lightning light up exactly where the storm is my whole way up 24. So now I've just hit the area. Until now, I have had no rain. It's been windy, but no rain, and just that lightning that hasn't stopped. Now I've just hit the rain area. So this storm is clearly not to the southeast of Nashville,
right.
But once you're here, I am obviously in a very stormy area now. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, how bad is that lightning?
The lightning, it doesn't stop, and you see where the cells are, the Sirius cells are, to the west of 24. It's very clear, but then you'll be surprised how very quickly just a batch of those lightning strikes comes right upon you, right over your car.
Right.
And that wind now, as I'm approaching, I'll see where the next mile marker is, but the wind now has really picked up, pushing my car around.
Yeah.
You really have to struggle to maintain your car in a lane.
Well, all right, Joan, I'll see you at the station. We appreciate you calling in, and she's right about the rain. Folks, 40 in Mount Juliet between Providence Parkway, which is basically Providence, and 109. Right now, it is really, really hairy in that area. It is moving to the northeast. If you are in Mount Juliet and you've been hearing the tornado sirens going off, if you're on 40 right around Providence, you've got to know that it is really, really hairy there. We are seeing a little bit of looks like radar indicated rotation, at least on TV. They're showing that there is some indication of some possible activity there. I'm very cautious not to say that there's a tornado on the ground, anything like that, but I'm just telling you that this is an area where we really do need to watch. It's really hitting the heart of Mount Juliet right now. It is heading to the northeast. It looks like it is going to hit Gallatin as well as it continues that northeastern track. 615-737-9986. This is Scott calling from Springfield on WTN. Scott, what do you see in Springfield?
Well, actually, right now it seems like we are starting to clear up. We got a lot of lightning still going on and a little bit of thunder. Seems like a rainstorm from my area is actually headed everybody else's way, going toward Old Hickory, the lake, I would say, going toward to Madison, Gillicksville, going up toward the lake, probably crossing around Mount Juliet, going on. As I'm talking to you, a big thing of thunder and lightning just hit. We get a little bit of it.
Well, and I appreciate it very much. I appreciate you calling in. I got to get back and talk about Mount Juliet and exactly what's going on. If you know Mount Juliet, and I, of course, live there, it's really bad in the heart of Mount Juliet. So Mount Juliet, of course, we have the mall, Providence. And so if you are on I-40 between the mall and Highway 109, that's really bad if you know anything. And it looks like now, going back into the Linden area, it looks like now they're seeing some possible rotation there as well. Sticking with Mount Juliet real quick, though, I also saw like on Division, so that is going to be right where, again, the heart of Mount Juliet, that's where the train station is. That is where the little the clock tower is. It's not even a clock tower; it's a stump. But Matt, I know that you're back.
A fine-looking clock, Dan.
It is a stumpy clock. We'll talk about that later. But just to catch you up, Max, I know that you've been gone. 40
and I can give you a report too.
I bet you can, because I said earlier this is like right where you live. 40 between Providence and 109. They had some indications of some activity there.
I mean, an incredible amount of wind. I mean, from where I'm at, and we're just near Providence Mall, just to the south of I-40. I mean, right adjacent to I-40, and in the old Belinda area, if you're familiar with that area.
Yep.
Old timers call it Belinda. Obviously, a tremendous amount of wind and hail, and a lot of rain, a lot of lightning. But no funnel activity, no rotation activity that I could witness in my limited vantage point. But we get everybody safe and sound, and then back after it. But obviously, this system generally is just one of those. And I heard Chad describing it right before I left to kind of batten down the hatches, Dan. That I experienced the same thing outside. It was that atmosphere that you feel like at any moment you could see a tornado. At any moment you could see something pop up. And I feel like so many in our listening audience have just experienced that or are just to experience that, because this is one of those deals where and it's the reason that it is a tornado warning. And it is because at any second, the feeling is that it could pop up. And right now in our area, and I'm hearing the hail hitting the windows outside.
Are you hearing
now.
any? First of all, back in Perry County earlier, just very quickly, we had some activity in Linden in Perry County. Looks like it's firing up again there. So now moving back to Mount Juliet, did you hear any tornado sirens, Matt?
Yes, I did. I did hear them outside. So I heard. I guess it was in an easterly direction in association with my house, which is just behind Providence Mall. But, yes, I did hear several different tornado sirens in our area.
And, Matt, I want to get with Nick. Nick is in Mount Juliet. Nick, where in Mount Juliet are you?
Hey, what's up, Dan? What's up, Murph?
Hey, man.
So I'm in South Mount Juliet. I live over by Matt Murphy. However, I'm about 4 miles to the southeast of Providence.
Uh-oh.
We are off the air at the moment.
Oh, we're off the air? All right. Well, can you tell
Let's
tell Nick we'll get back to him, okay?
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and let's continue here, Dan, because I don't know. Are we off? I'm certain that even if we're off on 99.7 FM. We continue to broadcast on the apps, and I want to continue to serve those folks and the folks on YouTube and whatnot. But
and by the way, if you're in Gallatin, if you're in Hartsville, this is coming your way. We do have tornado warnings in Macon County, Smith County, Sumner, Trousdale, and of course Wilson County as well. Hail size 1 3/4 inches. They are talking about radar indicated tornadic activity, and it looks like and Lebanon is still being impacted as well. So we've got a big problem in Wilson County and heading up towards Sumner County as well. And did you say in Mount Juliet, Matt? Did you say that you saw some pretty good size hail?
Yeah, we did. I saw hail here at the house, and then I have several indication on the super text line that others in Mount Juliet are experiencing fairly significant sized hail. What I saw was, I would say, thumb-sized, maybe a little less than thumb-sized, perhaps even pea-sized. So it was not, that considerable, but it came down in a pretty fair amount for pretty rapidly, and was still coming down when I left the backyard area. So. There's hail in Mount Juliet, a lot of wind, a lot of tornado sirens going off. Apparently, tornado sirens are going off again in Gladeville, according to the super text line. I-40 eastbound is closed at the 194-mile marker before the Bellevue exit, according to 1264 on the super text line. That is a crash, and once again, that's I-40 eastbound, and I'm going to try to get some more eyeballs on that one too. But that is a crash. I-90 or the 194-mile marker. That's going to be west of Nashville, obviously, before the Bellevue exit. There is reportedly a crash there that has closed down the interstate. Please don't be out and about if you do not need to be out and about while the storm system moves.
Let's get back to Nick. Nick, you were telling us you are in Mount Juliet, and then we got cut off by the warnings that took over the radio. So, Nick, let's reset. Where exactly are you in Mount Juliet?
Yeah, Dan, roger this. So I'm about 4 miles southeast of Providence in Mount Juliet. And, I was listening to Murphy talk. I've been sitting out here underneath my carport in my truck. I'm a paramedic. I'm supposed to be working tonight or on call. But anyway, somebody smashed the window in on my truck, not to get off on a tangent, but the only thing I'm seeing here, Murphy, is, dude, dime-size hail. That's it. Very fast, straight-line winds and dime-size hail at this point.
That's kind of that, but that's kind of like that, Nick, that eerie feeling that we're talking about, where it's like you're on the precipice. And by the way, the tornado warning for Lebanon and apparently that area, because we got so many, has been extended until 4:15 a.m. Matt, I don't know if you see that on your list of warnings.
I can give you the rundown here in just a moment. But, Nick, to your point, right now the major storms that I'm seeing are running on a line parallel on I-40. So they're just to the south of I-40, which is why I'm getting caught up in it. And so if you're just to the south of me, then you're probably just missing some of the major rain, but still getting some of that hail. But, yeah, I mean, I literally in Gladeville on 840, I don't see any rain on the radar right now. And still to this moment in Smyrna or Murfreesboro, you're not getting it. It's bowed out just that significantly on your radar. Just imagine that diagonal line is getting more it's not parallel, but it's getting more and more parallel as it moves through the state in terms of the system. So if you're south of us here in Nashville or in Mount Juliet, if you're in Murfreesboro, if you're in Columbia, you're not seeing any rain yet. You will. It's going to come through later on this morning, but you're not quite seeing it yet. But
so that's what happened to me, Murphy, is like so I know the main line hasn't pushed through this area yet, but we did have like a cell come through, and it was about 5 minutes of straight line winds and dime size hail. So, and I'm looking towards the west right now. But yeah, like you said, the rain stopped. There's no hail right now, but I can see the line coming in. And thanks for letting me talk, gentlemen. That's the update I got, South Mount Juliet.
All right, stay safe, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for calling in.
Yeah,
and
we obviously need you guys right now more than ever. I mean, we need the callers and we need the super texters to give us some eyeballs on the scene,
Apparently, from my vantage point in North Mount Juliet, the tornado sirens are still going off, and the crux of this storm still in Mount Juliet. As you said, Matt, it's sort of traveling along I-40, but it's impacting the heart of Mount Juliet. And in North Mount Juliet, where I am, the tornado sirens, at least their last check, which was a couple of minutes ago, they're still going off.
Yeah, and just based on the radar that I'm looking at too, and the red on the radar, it is impacting north of where I am, and more your direction towards 70, with just a lot more ferocity than it is down here, and that's just the nature of these things. They pop up. Gallatin's getting hit right now, and before you know it, this storm system is on top of Lebanon, and just to the north of Lebanon, and I'm not saying. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll reset if you'd like, Dan. This tornado warning that is currently ongoing for Smith County now, Sumner County, Wilson County, Macon County, and Trousdale County. This is until 4:15 this morning, and it was issued just a few minutes ago. A severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado located near Mount Juliet or near Lebanon, moving northeast at 45. Some of the communities: Bethpage, Dixon Springs, Oak Grove, Pleasant Shade, Bledsoe Creek State Park, Dickerson Chapel Recreation Area, Cottontown, Westmoreland, Tucker's Crossroads, and Lebanon itself. It includes all of I-40 between mile markers 239 and 244. Be prepared to take cover. Could produce a tornado at any moment.
It looks like I'm looking at some of the track where it's going. Now they're going back to the Linden, because I told you earlier, Matt, that there is a new storm in Linden, Lobelville, Centerville, Little Lot, Wrigley, those areas down in Perry County. They're getting hit again. So, and matter of fact, they're indicating some possible rotation. It's going to be east of Linden, a little bit northeast of Linden, and we're getting another. And you're
going off right now.
All right.
And Brent writes in. I'll go through, and I'm going off as well as the National Weather Service is obviously issuing or reissuing.
Yeah, but for folks online.
And reissuing in Wilson County. So we've got that going on. So the folks on air will not be able to hear us for just a couple of minutes, but we continue to broadcast for those of you on the app and online. Several of you have written in and indicated that where you are and what you're seeing. We want to kind of go through all of those as we get the radio audience back. But as you were saying, Dan, I mean, these warnings are kind of tracking back over areas that they have been in the past. When we first came on air at 1 o'clock this morning, it seems like, well, it was yesterday when we briefly went on air late into the night, about 11 o'clock at night, and said, hey, just giving you the update. Doesn't look like any warnings are in our area right now. Just wanted to let you know. But by 1 o'clock this morning, when they were hoping that much of this would dissipate and calm down and stabilize, just did not happen. And now, like in Linden and even beyond Linden, back in Savannah and in Selmer, they're getting popped again, and yet another tornado warning again. And then obviously in our area, Davidson, Williamson, Wilson, Sumner counties, and now Smith County and all points beyond are receiving those tornado warnings as well.
I'm getting word, and maybe, Matt, with your list of warnings, I'm getting word of a new tornado warning in downtown Nashville. Let's get to Chad. Chad, you're in downtown Nashville, as am I, but you're able to look outside and so forth. I'm in the studio. Are you seeing anything in downtown where you are? Chad Benson?
Lightning is strong, my man. It's big, and I'm looking at it feels like things are picking up, and I'm looking on my radar. They're saying Westmead, Belmead, that they're seeing some rotation, and it's feeling like that we're getting ready to get hit again with something. Of course, we've just got the warnings, but It looks like, and right now we just got hit with thunder that shook the apartment. And so it feels like stuff's starting to really pick up again. And there's that sense that, you think you got through it, like we said earlier, the precipice. We're in the eye of the hurricane or tornado is what it feels like. And it feels like the second part's about ready to kick on through here.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the radar as you describe it, Chad, and it's exactly as you describe it. There is that typical hook signature right in the Green Hills area, right over Belmead right now.
Right over Belmead, yep.
The rain is just incredible. The storm is incredible, and the hook looks to indicate that there is a significant rotation in that system. And so if you're in Green Hills, need to do what you need to do to get in your place of safety. Belmead area, need to get into the lowest level, a basement area, even down in Forest Hills, because it is this system is kind of just it reforms, it gathers strength again, it gathers that moisture, it feeds on that instability, and here we go again in the same areas that we were talking about, it seems, less than an hour ago, Dan. Tornado warning in effect, and there's two areas of rotation.
Yeah.
That in the Fairview area is one of them, and then another area more in the Bellevue and even Belmead area. So those are the two, and I imagine it's going to pop you, Chad, and this system is going to pop you after it'll move through Leapers Fork in that community and eventually be into Brentwood and yeah, it's just two distinct hooks that I'm looking at on my radar as I say it, and a tremendous amount of hail with this system, tremendous amount of lightning with this system, and then obviously at any moment it can produce a tornado. So
we've got the sirens are starting to go off again right now, and it's really starting to pick up. You look through the Bordeaux Hills and Charlotte Park, and right through Vanderbilt, which is next, which is not too far from where I am. It looks like the beast is heading this way. And you can start to hear the sirens go off, and it's just, it is a front that is moving in, and it is packing a punch with it, Mike Tyson style. And it's not huge as far as the size getting caught up, but what is coming is definitely ferocious. And Westmead right now near Cherokee Park and everything, it is just. This looks like something that is about ready. They're talking about a little bit of rotation here or there, and the alarms are starting to go off, and I can hear them starting to pick up right around me.
No, it's a great analogy, the boxing analogy, because any community that currently listens to us, if you've not gone through your first round, you will. And you're going to go through multiple rounds. If you're in Hendersonville, you've been through a couple of rounds already, you're about to go through another one. If you're in Nashville, if you're where Chad is, you're about to go through another one. If you are in Centerville, you've been through, I believe, 2 rounds of storms, and you're about to go through another one. Hohenwald, another one. These waves of storms are coming through again and again and again. And unnatural to my experience, guys, they're packing almost as ferocious a punch the second and third time around as they are the first time.
Yeah, and Matt, and I just east of Fairview, by the way, just to keep folks updated on what's going on where, just east of Fairview, it looks like that is, and I just got back in. I poked outside, so I don't know what you guys were talking about, but east of Fairview, there is some reported rotation there. I popped my head outside because there's a tornado warning, I guess, for Nashville, right? And it is that eerily calm that Chad was talking about at least a couple of minutes ago. And raining, saw some lightning. Are you still seeing lightning where you are, Chad?
Yeah, I'm seeing lightning, and it's really weird because the rain will come and then it'll dissipate, but the lightning starts to pick up, and it's one of those weird things where at times it's going so fast it almost looks like there's not really lightning. It's just like somebody's flashing lights. But it is still humming out here. And another one they just issued for Germantown, and they're telling everybody to shelter in place and get to your safe place in several places in downtown because they feel like something is coming and is brewing in a big way.
Yeah, and I just saw some possible rotation in West Nashville. So this is getting close to the radio station.
Yeah, are you in a place of safety, Chad?
Yeah, I'm in a place of safety. Right now, we're, I got the kids and everybody ready. Luckily we've got the basement in this place.
Right.
So, but we're looking at Westmead, Bellevue, Bethany Hills. I mean, the radar looks, it's the best way to describe it. It looks very angry.
Yeah, and on radar, as we describe some of these areas where we're seeing the Linden area, we're repeating areas that have already been hit once tonight that are going through their second and in some cases third rounds of severe storms. And these are still tornado warnings. These are not, storm systems that have dissipated to a certain degree and they've lessened in intensity. It seems as if they're packing the same level of intensity now. So the dangerous storm is in the Forest Hills area. We're talking about several of them, so forgive me if I'm mixing them up a little bit. But right now we're talking about Forest Hills, Brentwood, Bellevue, and Belmead. And that is within minutes from now. There's also a system that's moving through Green Hills. And, Dan, you mentioned Nashville. Yep. You are dead on, according to the two radar sources that I'm looking at. Calm directly before the storm because
I'm looking at it. Church, we're right near Church Street. And, hey, Mason, you want to go outside and see what's going on? I can hear.
Give him a phone and let him report from the roof, Dan.
Yeah, well, not the roof.
I said climb the ladder.
Why don't you run outside, Mason, onto the smoking area and call in? I'll put you on the air.
Oh boy, yeah.
Go
Give me
ahead.
a second here.
Yeah, go ahead. Just leave everybody potted up.
I think it's a good idea, Mason.
Yeah, no, it's a good idea. Go out there and tell us what's going on.
I mean, yeah,
because these skies and this radar looks angry. And when I popped my head out, it was some lightning, but again, it's that eerie calm before the storm.
TJ wants to know. Seconds ago, he asked if we're still off the air. I assume we are back on a 99.7 FM as well as on a variety of our online. Are we on now? Did you say on?
We're on.
Oh, off.
Are we
right
off?
now. Is that due to a
Mason? Why are we off the air? Off the radio?
An emergency?
An emergency broadcast is going over.
Okay, okay, very good. Yeah, that's fine.
Right.
So,
hey guys, I am outside right now.
Yes,
and it is like being inside of a waterfall. It is. You can barely see across the street. It is ferocious right now, and it is humid, and it is nonstop lightning.
Yeah,
I mean, you can hear it coming down.
We're getting a new tornado warning in downtown Nashville, Hermitage, and Madison. And the suggestion is if you are in any of those places, you need to go ahead and develop your action plan and make it happen.
All right, and Joan Jones is going to run out. She's here now. She's going to run out to and we are being, the radio is being flooded with obviously tornado warnings and watches and all that. The alarms are going off. So we keep getting knocked off the air. So if that is as frustrating, I mean, if you're listening, I understand, but these things have to go out so people know. You can always listen. You can always listen on YouTube, and you can always listen on the apps as well if you want to try to avoid those tornado warnings. Are we back on now? All right, so we're back on now. We have, and we want to do a quick reset about what's going on in Nashville. We do have Joan Jones. Is she out on the smoking deck yet? Yeah, there she is.
Well, can I go real quick, Dan? Yep. And I'm sorry to interrupt Joan, but 911 in Davidson County is reporting that they are being overwhelmed right now with telephone calls, and many of them are of a non-emergency nature, and they are asking that if you have a non-emergency but you need assistance, call 615-862-8600, 862-8600. Only emergency calls on 911 in Davidson County, please. I would think that that's standard operating procedure always, but particularly now because Davidson County is being overwhelmed right now, and there is a tornado warning in effect for Davidson County.
It looks like Bellevue, or like right just south of Bellevue, is getting hit really hard. Of course, here we are in Music Row. We are also getting hit really hard. Chad Benson is in Nashville. He was describing to us sort of this wall of water coming down that you literally could not see across the street. Joan Jones is here at WTN, and she's out on the balcony overlooking the parking lot. Joan, what do you see?
Yeah, I can confirm that wall of water. It is coming down this morning, and I can hear some sirens in the background. I can't really tell which direction they're coming from because of where I am on this veranda, but you may be able to hear those sirens now. The amount of water that is pouring down is just crazy. And as I was coming in on 40, you hit some of those areas. If you're on the roads, you hit some of those areas with the water that has just filled some potholes and filled huge areas of the roadway. It's hazardous to be driving, so I don't recommend that. But boy, this rain coming down right now and lots of lightning. I'm not hearing any thunder, but I do hear those sirens in the background right now.
And Joan and Matt, we have a new timeline for where this storm is going. Madison, and you were talking about this a minute ago, Madison 346, which is literally right now. Opry Mills, that is getting hit right now as well. Lincoln Hills at 347, not sure where that is. Lakewood 350. Hendersonville, you're in line at 352. Green Hill at 355. 402, Boxwell Zipline, and LaGuardo, you're going to get hit at 403.
National Weather Service, for those just getting up, perhaps just tuning on your radio or turning on the app and wanting to figure out what we're here for, Dan Mandis is at our studios, as is Joan Jones is there, Chad Benson, Matt Murphy in Mount Juliet, covering a major storm system moving through Middle Tennessee, has produced tornadoes in the past and is believed to potentially be producing one at any moment in the following counties: Lewis County, Dixon County, Murray County, Williamson County, and Hickman County. There is a new tornado warning for you until 4:15 this morning. There is an additional tornado warning in Davidson and Williamson counties. These are the same system, separate cells believed to be capable of producing a tornado at any moment, and it is popping downtown Nashville as we speak. It's in Westmead. It is all over. Let's see. Well, it's all over Nashboro Village.
Yes.
It's all over Brentwood. It is just hitting the metro area as we speak.
Joan, are you still? No, Joan is no longer on the smoking lounge, but people are saying they are, Brent says, now sheltering in Fieldstone again. No rain in Gladeville. Apparently it's either stopped raining in Gladeville. That's a little hard for me to believe, but because Gladeville, well, no, that could be
It was
right.
just that line. Yeah, Gladeville just south of where I'm at, and we got a lot of the rain, but I was just looking at the radar, and, about half a mile to our south, it just kind of cuts off just south of I-40. And, I would say Gladeville, Smyrna, Laverne, Murfreesboro.
By the way, real quick, Matt, if you don't mind, Hendersonville, Lakewood, Saundersville, it is heading towards you right now. When I say it, I mean very heavy storm. They're talking about some rotation. As we were saying, could happen. We could see an actual tornado at any time. The conditions are absolutely ripe. We've got tornado sirens going off all across Middle Tennessee, particularly in Bellevue, Nashville. I know where I live in North Mount Juliet, Amy said that the tornado sirens there are now off. Lebanon Hills, though, they're getting hit really hard. That is off of Lebanon Pike, off 24. So we've got a long ways to go, Matt.
Yeah. I'm looking at the radar, guys, and it's odd that it is a straight line with every place that's been hit or has been affected. There's more coming. They're talking about Old Hickory Boulevard right now, some rotation right over the car dealerships, and that it's starting to pick up steam again. And it just looks like, again, it's not a wide one. It's narrow, but it's angry.
I want to. Jim is in Portland, Tennessee, and he's got a traffic report. Jim, is there something going on in Portland?
Yeah, I was on my way to work this morning across Highway 76 towards White House, and just into New Deal, there's a tractor across the middle of the road. I'm assuming there's a tree down or something like that, but it's blocked right now. I had to turn around and come back up. I'm coming across New Deal Potts Road to go over to 52 up to 65 now. If somebody needs to go that way, they might want to try going a different way.
All right, Jim, appreciate it, and appreciate it, Jim, and definitely stay safe out there in Portland, and have a great night. It is 3:51 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Some of the communities that we are definitely watching right now, Brentwood, you've got Lakewood, Nashville, of course. We still have our issues as well. You're right. It's an interesting line as it continues to move, guys, north and east. And we are now at 3:52, which means that pretty soon we're going to have a lot of folks on the road. Matt, let me ask you this: if you want to widen out your and zoom out a little bit, because really morning drive, of course, starts at 5. What does it look like as you zoom out? And these storms, Fairview, by the way, is getting hit again. As these storms move out, does it look like they'll be gone in another hour as people really get up and get back to work?
No. Sad to tell you, Dan, no. The system has widened considerably, and it is moving in an odd pattern. I know Chad mentioned it. You mentioned it. This pattern, it moves it seems to have stalled as an overall system where we are. It's slowly moving to the east, but it is wide enough that, we have rain over the entire western portion of Tennessee. The line of storms remains from north of Nashville into Kentucky, through Nashville, down through Hohenwald, through Savannah, an area that got popped earlier, and all the way down to Memphis. It still is raining in Memphis. It's raining in Arkansas. Rain continues to fall in most areas of West Kentucky. So I'm sad to note, Dan, that we can expect rain, I believe, for the next several hours, if not through the morning commute. That rain that was predicted to fall all across West and North Tennessee, it looks like much of that is going to hit the metro area as well. And I would predict, before all is said and done, a lot of flooding coming as a result.
Well, when you said it's stalled, then that means that whether or not people get hit with a tornado, there's going to be widespread flooding, because you've got all of that moisture. And we've heard Chad, we heard Joan Jones talk about as well, this massive wall of water. And by the way, are you seeing this, Matt, in Centerville? They're seeing some possible rotation there as that storm continues to roll through maybe south of Centerville now.
Yeah. Let me I'll tell you what. I think we owe Mason a short break, Dan.
No, he says no.
Oh, he says no?
Yeah,
okay,
but it looks like so Centerville heading north. So this is the same track we talked about 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
Centerville,
yeah.
Wrigley, heading up towards Fairview, Bellevue, and on north and heading into Nashville. Boy, you're right, Matt. It's going to be a long morning.
It keeps repopulating. It
re-energizing.
It continues to re-energize, and it sucks the moisture. And typically, the day that I get my meteorology degree will be the first day I have a meteorology degree. But I know this, doing this for as long as we have, that typically the systems will suck moisture out of the air. It will stabilize the air, and then it moves on. And then we're done. And it does not seem like this one is doing very much of that at all. It's not stabilizing the atmosphere. And with an unstable atmosphere, we're seeing what we're seeing, which is these continued pop-up storms tracking warning after warning after warning. And right now, over the Green Hills Mall area, you're just getting popped with an incredible amount of hail, an incredible amount of rain, as are so many different parts of our community. It's just a lot coming down.
Now, here's the question, of course. I know that Wilson County has canceled schools. I do wonder if is Metro Nashville. They've got to cancel schools. Would they cancel schools with all this?
Let me check real quick.
You have to cancel schools on something like this. I mean, when you look at the radar, you can see the angry, red, giant, angry, thin line. But the green and the massive amounts of precipitation and water that's going to be dumped here for the next several hours. You were talking about it, Dan. What is it going to look like? It looks like we are going to, we should have all built an ark last night, at least for the next several hours. It would have been helpful, because the amount of rain and the water that's going to be out there is tremendous.
Well, and so they're tracking Some possible rotation, I-65. It looks like south of Oak Hill, right in that area. They're still talking about more northwest of there in Lakewood and Hendersonville. You are getting hammered right now. I do have some numbers. We've been talking about how these storms are they're re-energizing. And Chad, if you're still outside, is it still like hot and muggy outside? Because that's what's feeding these storms.
Yes, it is gross. It is. That's the best way to describe it. It is one of those things where it is. It's not oppressive heat, but it is definitely something where you would think with rain to be a little bit cooler, and it is anything but. It is just kind of a thick, almost soupy kind of feel to it. So there's definitely more chance for this to get energized as that cold and the warmth to smash into each other.
Dan, I'm hearing thunder outside here in Nashville. Go ahead, Matt.
I was going to say I've got a few school closings. I don't pretend that this would be a complete list, and I imagine that many systems, as it is just before 4 o'clock in the morning, are probably going to amend. Dixon is closed tomorrow, Thursday, April 3rd. Today, I guess that would be. Hickman County closed. Humphreys closed. There's several private school systems that have announced their closures. I'm just trying to get to the majors here. Robertson County is still reporting 2 hours late. Perry County is reporting 2 hours late. Smith is closed. Sumner closed. Trousdale closed. And Wilson closed. I don't have anything on Metro, the Metro Nashville school system right now, but I'll continue to look.
Real quick, we're talking about up in the Sumner County area, Hendersonville. We're tracking several different parts of these storms now. One, you do have the situation, Oak Hill, Brentwood, the eastern part of Brentwood as well. We have some possible rotation there. If you're up northeastern towards the Sumner County area, a line of storms coming your way, the big storms, possible rotation, Saundersville, LaGuardo. Saundersville is at 4 o'clock, LaGuardo 4:05, Gallatin 4:08, 4:10, Sumner County Regional 4:11, Trousdale, Castalian Springs at 4:16, 4:18, Payne's Store, 4:21, Templo, and 4:24, Willard. So that's that current line of storms that is heading through Sumner County right now. We were gone for another warning. You guys want to recap?
I'm looking at the system that's moving through. I mean, all of us are looking at this system that is moving through and seems to have somewhat stalled, and that's for lack of a better way of putting it. It's moving within the system, but the system's kind of taking its time getting out of our area, and frankly is just dumping a lot of rain and a lot of revitalized energy behind the initial wave that's coming through. I have what I believe to be is the most complete list of closures, and just suffice it to say that most of the school systems in and around the Metro Nashville area are announcing closures, and I do not have anything on Metro Nash right now, but I would think I've checked two different sources and I don't have it on either source. So
they're talking about this storm is being called quasi-stationary, which actually makes sense.
It does.
Quasi-stationary.
If you look at the moving radar, that makes sense.
It's kind of parking itself right now. Like it's almost trying to figure out exactly what it's going to do. And, which is, again, the precipitation, and you throw everything else in there, and looking at Hendersonville and a couple other places, it feels like it's, like you said, there's this sense of it was moving, and all of a sudden it's just now decided, okay, this is where I'm going to stay for a little bit, and which is extending some of these tornado warnings and whatnot.
Well, and it's interesting too because guys, if you look at the radar, it's just like a big diagonal line that cuts. If you're looking at the radar, left to right, but going from we're talking about Linden earlier, and it's just a line that goes cuts through Nashville, and it's a diagonal line, and it's just kind of sitting there, and it looks ugly and messy. And there's a lot of reds in there and a lot of yellow as well, but there's a lot of dangerous rotation too.
Getting a report from Pamela Furr that, and this was a couple of minutes ago, about 8 minutes ago, that sirens are on again in Old Hickory. And a couple of minutes ago, she also reported that temperatures have dropped roughly 15 degrees since the storms began. So it's certainly having an impact on temperatures in and around the area. And we currently have 2 tornado warnings that are literally overlapping one another in the Nashville metro. It's 4:01. This is WWTN Hendersonville, Nashville. You're listening to continuous storm coverage on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
A lot of crazy lightning in Mount Juliet, North Mount Juliet. Amy, of course, my wife, checking in and says that the lightning, and I think as I was driving in, hours ago now, the lightning was insane. What really struck me when I was walking out of my home was the warmth. And now you said, Pamela said it's gotten a lot cooler now, but the warmth, the lightning, and now the sheer number of warnings and, of course, watches, but the warnings that we have, and the fact that we're basically tracking a couple of different cells right now, or whatever you want to call them, 2 possible cells.
It's that's huge system that that Chad and you and I have described. Moving in and of itself or within itself, but seemingly almost stationary above. But the 2 big warnings that we're covering right now, Dan, I'll just reset here from the National Weather Service. They've issued a tornado warning until 4:30, so 27 minutes from now. Northeastern Davidson County, southern Sumner County, and northwestern Wilson County. That's cell number 1. Just before 4 o'clock, it was 11 miles northeast of Nashville, located over Lakewood, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour within that overall system. And obviously the storm's going to be, it's going to be near Hendersonville. It says Mount Juliet again, and Gallatin at around 4 o'clock. This morning, and clearly, I-40 and I-65 are being impacted by that one. And then the other one was in central Dixon, northwestern Murray, and southwestern Williamson County. That is a tornado warning, and Hickman County. That's a tornado warning that remains in effect there. So Murray, Williamson, Hickman, and Dixon counties, that's that other area of rotation that they're concerned about.
Well, and as we like to tell you where it is and where it's headed, and we have a new timeline here. If you're in the community of Kingfield, you're gonna feel the impact at about 4:10. Bingham 4:21. Franklin, Tennessee, getting into the more populated areas, that is 4:26. Bethlehem at 4:29. Brentwood is going to hit at 4:36, and then Creve Hall at 4:39. So it doesn't. Mount Juliet is getting hammered. I just looked up. You've got Oak Hill, Nashville, Brentwood, seeing some possible rotation. Where is that, guys? Antioch Pike, and east of 31A. So
that looks right.
Yeah. And I'm looking at the radar.
I'm looking at the rotation that is detected between LaGuardo, Hendersonville, and Mount Juliet, and it looks like just to the north of my location in Mount Juliet, which is just on I-40 and South Mount Juliet Road near Providence Mall, that just to the north and along South Mount Juliet Road up until 70. That's the biggest area of concern right now in Mount Juliet.
Yep.
And guys, the National Weather Service says it is stalling now, and it's starting to dump rain. Centerville got 4 inches of rain in the last 2 hours. So the flash flood warning is real. So if you're thinking about going out, or you think you might have to go to work, I think it's one of those days where if you want to use a work from home, unless you're like a mail person or a trash pickup,
right?
This is a situation where this is, as it stalls out, is going to start to dump even more rain. Areas, Dickerson, even here in Nashville at Greenbrier and stuff, we're talking 2.5, 3, 4 inches in the last couple hours, and the flooding is real. So as we've talked about, as this moves maybe away from the tornado side, how many times we talk about be smart about if you're driving somewhere, not only about the potential for hydroplaning or something like that, but how many people end up trying to drive through something you shouldn't be. We shouldn't have to talk about this, but we do, because you never know, and you put yourself and other people at risk, because this is going to dump even more rain in the next several hours.
Well, and guys, Rick is along I-40, and Rick, I don't know where you are now, but Mason tells me you were driving along I-40 near Providence?
That's correct. I just passed Matt's location. I just passed the Two Rivers Ford, coming up on Golden Bear. It's lightened up quite a bit once you pass the Two Rivers Ford out on 40 heading eastbound. I was just letting folks know, because there's a ton of cars coming in heading west, of course, in towards town, and I just want to let them know they're going to run into a solid wall of water, and they need to stay away from the inside wall because it's starting to pond over there quite a bit.
Okay, Rick, thank you very much, and be careful out there, and we really do appreciate you letting us know. Guys, we got a new timeline for Wilson County. Glen Cliff at 4:04, Nashville International, of course, off 40. That's going to be right now, actually, at 4:06. Donaldson at 4:08, 4:09, Elm Hill. 4:17 is when Mount Juliet is going to get the brunt of this particular cell. 4:20 in Silver Springs, and 4:22 in Leeville. And I'm trying to find out if there are any. But I think the big story right now, Matt and Chad, is obviously the rotation that is being reported, the tornado warnings. But also, they were worried about flooding, and you just heard Rick talk about off of 40, where if you are in Mount Juliet, if you're on and Matt, you know all these streets. If you're on Mount Juliet Road, if you're on 70 in Mount Juliet, there is a lot of water, and all across Middle Tennessee. There is a lot of water, and they were talking about how this storm is now quasi-stationary, meaning it is sitting here and it is sitting over us, and it is just dumping buckets and buckets and buckets of rain.
Yeah. Flash flood warnings now pretty much everywhere, and they're talking, it's as it's parked itself, and it's not as angry in certain areas, and some of these tornado warnings are starting to be taken off. The flash flood warnings are popping up because they're expecting to dump. Like I said earlier, some areas have gotten 4 inches of rain in 2 hours. We can have some rain, but that kind of stuff causes major issues with how fast things can fill up in certain areas. And what are you doing on the roads? If you don't have to be on the roads, you guys know this, turn around, get somewhere where you don't really need to be out there, because it is going to get much worse as this stuff starts to pool.
And we're getting word of a new tornado warning for Northwest Wilson until 4:30 this morning. So for another 21 minutes.
So hopefully it is a bad news, good news scenario. The bad news being that we're seeing a large amount of rain fall in a short amount of time, and that obviously is going to cause that flooding that Chad was just referencing. Hopefully, and what we were told last night, and let's hope it comes to fruition, is that with that parking of the rain, some of these bigger cells kind of die down. They suck all the moisture out of the atmosphere, and we do, in fact, stop seeing some of the warnings on our screen. Right now, we still have warnings in Davidson County. We still have warnings in Williamson County. We still have warnings in Sumner County and Wilson. So obviously, it still remains a very serious situation with the possibility of tornadoes coming down. This current warning, Leapers Fork in just a couple of minutes, Franklin at 4:32. This is just one particular cell here. Sullivan Farms at 4:32 as well. And then eventually in Bellevue by 4:35 this morning. That is one particular area of rotation that is of concern of the National Weather Service. There are several others, but one hopes that it calms itself down and kind of rains itself out to a certain degree.
And Matt,
then
there's a particular cell. It's going to be north of Santa Fe, and it's heading towards Franklin. That is really ugly right now. I think that's part of that tornado warning. And so right now that is due to hit Franklin at about 4:33. We've got Franklin at 4:33, Brentwood at 4:41, Nolensville at 4:46, Antioch at 4:48, Laverne is at 452. Guys, we're talking about flooding and about how we have all of this water that, as this quasi-stationary storm has now just parked itself over Middle Tennessee. I remembered, and of course, most folks, and Matt, this was before my time, this was before your time, but there was a great flood of Nashville many, many years ago. Somebody who was there was Pamela Furr. Pamela, are you, as you're looking at what's happening right now with this storm that has parked itself over Nashville and in Middle Tennessee, are you seeing any similarities to what happened, and what year was that?
That was 2010, actually, May 1st and 2nd of 2010. You had a storm system that just kind of hovered over Nashville and dumped about 13 inches of rain, and that's when problems with the Cumberland River happened, and then you had all that flooding in downtown Nashville and beyond. And so I don't know that this is the same, but when you keep hearing of stalling and 10 inches of rain and 13 inches of rain, you just kind of have a PTSD kind of thing. Your memories come back. Now, Channel 2 actually did an interview with the Army Corps of Engineers to see if we should be concerned about the Cumberland breaching or anything, and they're not as concerned about the Cumberland as they are about the Harpeth River, the Red River, that would be Cheatham County, place at Montgomery County, where you could have some serious flooding if this storm just kind of stalls over the area for the next couple of days.
All right, Pamela, thanks very much. And just real quick, how are things in Old Hickory?
The rain is pouring down at this point. I'm not hearing the sirens as much, and I'm not hearing thunder, but the rain is just pouring down, and my phone keeps blowing up from Metro Nashville government.
Yeah.
Keeps sending me messages and calling to say, take shelter, please. So, but it's not as ominous as it was a little earlier. But yeah, the rain is pouring at this point and has been for quite a while now.
All right, Pamela, be careful. And again, that storm is headed towards Franklin right now. That cell is heading towards Franklin. Guys, we got a couple of Chad, Matt Murphy. We've got a couple of folks on the line that want to talk about and want to report some flooding. Do you want to do that real quick, or is there anything?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, let's say hello to. This is Robert. He is calling from. Is that 24 near Veterans Parkway?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, Robert.
No, sir. Good morning. I just came through right there at Fester's Lane, where 24 and 40 kind of merged together, run right through there on Fester's Lane. It's really, really bad right there because I live in Gallatin, and I'm thinking, you go through town. Just be careful right there at Fester's Lane.
Well, Robert, when you say really bad, tell me what that means. Describe it.
I mean, I didn't think I was going to get through there. Cars were stopping and slowing down and creeping through the water right there where you get off on the on-ramp on Fester's Lane right there on the interstate.
Wow.
It's like 4 lanes. It's like 4 lanes right there, so be real careful right there.
And Robert, if you don't mind me asking, you said you were at 24, you said around Fessler's Lane. You said that you, and this was a few minutes ago, you've been on hold for a minute, and you said you barely got through there. What kind of car do you drive?
I drive a Toyota Tacoma.
Okay, so you drive a pickup truck. So if somebody's in like a sedan, they're going to be in trouble.
Yep.
Okay. Robert, thank you very much for the call. I appreciate it. Let's see here. All right, man. See you later. Guys, you want to any information we need to impart?
Just this tornado warning that's moving through. We're just seeing these warnings that are obviously radar indicated.
Yes.
That could drop a tornado at any moment. But they're just tracking through the same areas over and over again. One radar indicated tornado warning in Davidson County.
By the way, Brentwood is getting hit right now.
Right. And I think that's the system that I was referencing. There's another track that is covering Mount Juliet right now and popping Mount Juliet along the same lines. There's another one in Donaldson, and I think that might be the same as the Mount Juliet track that is kind of walking through the same line as went before. So just be aware that if you go through one of these, the possibility of going through another one is great because this system just kind of reforms itself and re-goes.
All right. Real quick, the phone number, 615-737-9986. Phone lines are open. If you're out on the roads, because right now, I think the flooding, and Matt and Chad, you guys may agree or disagree, but I think that the flooding is a really, really big story. And this storm is not going anywhere. I mean, it is parked over us. And so I think the flooding is also going to be a big part of this story.
I think going forward, it is going to be the part of the story as we move through the parts where the tornado warnings are starting to wane. Now you're looking at heavy rain and in many cases when there's a lot of incidents, and as we've talked about in the past, when issues tend to happen and we see emergency really start to pick up, it's the standing water that is causing so much of this. And so many people think they can drive through stuff, Dan, you know this, and they can't. So you got to be careful out there, people. The best thing to do is just to park yourself today and let this stuff kind of dry itself out, because it's not worth being out there in this. And it's going to be nasty. It's going to drop a ton of precipitation, a ton of water for the next several hours. So even though it's parking itself and maybe not as angry and the rotations are starting to slow down, the rain is going to start to definitely cause even, I think potential for even worse situations throughout the day.
Well, and you heard, I think it was Rick, 24 Fessler's Lane, and he said that his pickup truck barely made it through the water on the highway there. So if you're in I don't know, Camry.
Don't test that.
Don't test it.
Don't even test the pickup truck, frankly.
No. By the way, real quick, talking about that cell that is moving towards Franklin. 426 is 418 now on WTN. 426 in Franklin. 427 Ewingville. 432 Trinity. 439 Nolensville. Antioch, you're going to get hit at 442. Eastwood at 446. 449 Smyrna. And 450 is going to be Couchville. Let's say hello to Patrick. He's in Gallatin on WTN, 615-737-9986. Patrick, what's going on in Sumner County?
Well, Dan, I'm just to the east of the airport here in Gallatin. Right now, all I'm getting, we just got a heavy band of rain that came through here. Nothing we haven't seen too bad, but the lightning is horrific. Early this morning, about 3:30 is when we had our wind actually looked like a tornado was coming through, but it's a little bit quiet out here now. We're still, I guess we're still in that warning zone until whatever. But, it's a little quiet out here on the east side of Gallatin.
All right. Thank you very much, Patrick. I appreciate it. Stay safe. Guys, I want to say hello to, this is James, who is in an 18-wheeler. You're in West Nashville. And, James, you were slowing down to what, like 25 mile an hour?
Yeah, I was at 44 or 440 going on to 65 south, and that on-ramp right there, it dropped me down to about 23 miles an hour because it's flooded all the way across.
Okay.
I couldn't see nothing.
And where was this again?
440 interchange with 65 south.
Okay, 440, the interchange of 440 and 65 south, and you're saying is it completely flooded at this point?
It's almost all the way both lanes.
Wow.
Yeah, that area floods.
It does.
In
it
normal
does.
circumstances.
It's almost across both lanes.
And James, where are you now?
I'm on 65 heading south towards Springfield or Spring Hill.
Okay, so how is it where you are now? So if you're on 65 heading towards Spring Hill, there's that storm that is heading towards Franklin.
It's actually mellowing out now that I'm getting out here. I'm at 72/2 right now.
Okay.
Yeah, he should be just south of it too, Dan.
Yeah, I was going to say the further south you go, the better you are. All right. Hey, James, thank you very much for calling. I appreciate it.
And Dan, I know that it's a small silver lining. Obviously, we are slowly but surely transitioning from a tornadic event to a flooding event. But a small silver lining, looking across the state of Tennessee along all of this line, and much of it is still red, as the leading edge often is. We only have one tornado warning as far as I can see, in the entire state of Tennessee right now, and that is that warning that is currently affecting Franklin, Brentwood, and Forest Hills. That remains in effect in Davidson County, North Central Murray County, Williamson, and East Central Hickman counties, and it is in effect until, I guess, at least, it's 4/17, and it will remain in effect until 4:45 this morning, and it's going to affect Brentwood in about 9 minutes. Franklin, it's on you right now. Brentwood at 4:30, Forest Hills at 4:35. Thankfully, and cross our fingers, that is the only warning that we have right now. We don't have an indication that there's a tornado on the ground, but there is obviously rotation involved in this system.
But let me ask you this. Where we're watching this cell move through Franklin and Brentwood and in those places as it heads northeast, once that is over, once that is gone, what is behind it? Because we've seen, Matt, you and I have been, and Chad, we've been on the air for like hours. And I feel like it's like deja vu all over again because we had the storms earlier this evening, last night in Linden, and then they moved northeast. And then the second track is, it seems to me, literally the same line. It's going through the same geographical area as the first one. Is there anything as you zoom out and we get closer to morning drive beginning at 5, is there anything behind that could be, heading towards Middle Tennessee that we need to worry about? Hey, Joan. Yeah, hey. Joan's in the newsroom.
Yeah, I can help answer that. So there is another line of storms that starts around the area of Flatwoods, Hohenwald area. They're saying that that's starting to cook up again there. And then it should be in the area of Hohenwald at 4:31. Kimmins at 4:35, Gordonsburg. This gives you the track of this storm. Gordonsburg at 4:40 and Hampshire at 4:50. So they're looking at, yes, another round of storms that could move through and potentially cause some more warnings here popping.
And then behind that, sadly, Dan, there's another one, a line of storms, the telltale red line stretching from Jackson, Tennessee, back down to Hickory Valley, and the same areas that we saw hit earlier in Selmer. There's a line there. And then there's another line of storms that has redeveloped in Memphis, and it is also making that northeasterly track. They just continue to repopulate and continue to track in the same fashion that the ones earlier did.
Yeah, same line straight up.
They just as I'm watching the radar, they're doing they're basically playing the last 4 hours back and forth, saying the line, nothing seems to have moved. You could have gone back 4 hours. Outside of the tornado warnings, it looks almost virtually the same. It's like it's parked itself in the places where there's not warnings. It's just continuing to rain. And it looks like behind it, there's, again, tons of rain on its way. And it's almost like it got to a certain area, and just stopped. And just, this is what we're living for right now. And throughout the day, too, they're still talking about tons of rain coming and picking up again later on this afternoon, right around 3 o'clock, with the potential for another giant who knows what, because you never can tell with weather. As we all know, nature can mess you up, and it could dissipate or it could get worse. And some of the rain, like Murray, you're looking at 3.3 inches in the last 2 hours. We talked earlier about Centerville, 4 inches in 2 hours, and it's about to continue to dump rain there, which is that standing water, all of that stuff that we've talked about, and the potential for flash floods is very real.
Guys, Hohenwald, it looks like there is, and I had to run to the kitchen, but it looks like, and I don't know if you've talked about this, I've been gone for about 2 minutes, but it looks like that line of storms is about ready to hit Hohenwald and beyond. Hohenwald at 4:30. Salem at 4:37, Bond at 4:43, Williamsport at 4:53, Water Valley at 4:56, Santa Fe at 4:59, and Boston, the community of Boston, at 5:08, as that storm continues to make its way in towards Nashville proper.
Yeah, I was just trying to get an update on the warning itself, and it doesn't look like the last update was at 4:17, so that's only about 7 minutes ago. It was located, the storm that you're talking about, Dan, was located 7 miles south of Fairview or 13 miles west of Franklin. Northeast movement at 55 miles an hour. And once again, it's just an odd dynamic. It's hard to describe on radio that, yes, that inside of this storm system, it's moving at 55 miles an hour. But overall, if you look at it on the whole, it doesn't look as if it's moving at all. Because it just reforms itself on the back end and slides where that system moves out at 55 miles an hour. It slides back in. So this system will be in Brentwood in 4 minutes. It will be in Forest Hills in about 10 minutes or a little less than 10 minutes. You are advised not to be on the interstate on I-40 between mile markers 193 and 200, I-65 between mile markers 58 and 71, or on 840 mile markers 7 and 32, or mile markers 39 and 40. You're just asked to stay out of those areas if at all possible. Very serious system. Could drop a tornado at any moment.
615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. James is in Donaldson on WTN. James, what do you see in Donaldson? What's going on from your vantage point?
Good morning. I see. Well, right now it's raining moderately hard. It's been harder and it's been softer. I was at 4891 sending you a text a while ago when I thought it was over with, but I'm wrong. I'm looking at the radar, and you guys are describing this storm system. I heard you just call it a system. It is a storm system, and I look at it like a string of pearls. Not to say pearls are nice and the storm is nice, but you get a visual image of a series of dots, the pearls. Each pearl is a storm cell, and that line of storms that we're looking at is going past us at about 50 miles an hour. So they're dragging that necklace by us at 50 mile an hour. The only problem is that necklace goes back to Oxford, Mississippi right now. I think it's probably just east of Oxford now, but it goes back to Mississippi, which is 252 miles away from us. So we've got 3 or 4 hours of pearls flying by us, and each pearl has the capability of generating a tornado, generating heavy rain.
Yeah. Well, and
it's
I
it's a good analogy.
It's a great analogy. And by the way, in Franklin, it looks like things, Matt and Chad, are getting really bad. 96, Highway 96, 431 as well. Y'all know if you're in Franklin where that is.
Lots of hail right now.
Lots of hail. That's right. Lots of hail. And, there's that sort of rotation that is reported, not saying that there's anything on the ground. But right now, if you're in Franklin, you are getting absolutely hammered. If you're listening in Franklin, give us a call at 615-737-9986. Matt, very quickly, in Selmer, we're talking about that hours ago now, but in Selmer, apparently that town is devastated.
Yeah, and that's the worst case scenario. We feared it when we heard reports coming out. I mean, and we came on air. For those just joining us, we were on air at about 1 o'clock this morning, thereabouts, and have been on air ever since. And as we came on air, we began getting reports via social media platforms of Selmer having a direct hit of a wedge-style tornado. And sad to say that those reports look like they are true. And Selmer is still, I'm also sad to say, getting popped with more inclement weather, more nastiness. No tornado warnings in that part of the world, but severe thunderstorm warnings still getting popped. Selmer's getting a little bit of a break right now, but they're set to have another wave of that. But, yeah, I mean, I fear, Dan, that's going to be one of many communities that have been hit by drop-down tornadoes or long-form tornadoes.
There's a report of one person who has died. And it is not saying how, but because of the severe storms, they're saying one person has died. Could have been for any number of reasons, but yeah, definitely hit ferociously. And
if you're wondering where Selmer is, it is east of Memphis, and I'd call that southwest of Nashville. So if you're on 40, you hit Jackson, then you go south, and that's where Selmer is. So it's kind of in between Huntsville and Nashville and Memphis. And, that's going to be one of those little towns that as daylight comes, we're going to see just how bad that is. You guys want to take a couple more calls?
I think we're being asked to take a timeout unless you don't want to, Dan.
Oh, I don't.
Well, that's up to you and Mason. You're back in the studio.
Well, it depends on who's telling me to take a time. Is it Mason telling you to take it?
Yes, it was
Mason. Typically, we don't take, if there's warnings on the ground and like there's imminent danger, then typically we don't want to take a timeout.
Yeah, I'm happy to do whatever you guys want to. I'm just throwing out options in there so that we can
good.
run through stuff.
You know what you can do?
We do. I would much prefer to take calls, Dan. I was just alerting you.
Hey, Mason, if you want to call the program director, they love calls at 4:30 in the morning.
Don't do that to him.
This is Brett calling from I-65. Brett, where on I-65 are you?
Well, I was at the 79 mile marker underneath there's about 3 foot of water. Trucks wrecking, running into cars. It's a big mess right there.
Oh, tell me where that is. I-65 at the 79 mile marker. Like, where is that?
It's just south.
Well, I'm not from here, but it's 2 miles, 3 miles below where 40 and 24 split, 65 split.
Okay.
Yeah.
And would you say the road at this point? Are you in a semi?
Yeah, I'm in a semi.
And how is it now? It sounds like. Would you call it impassable?
That road is going to be impassable, and you're probably going to be a lot of wrecks if people, because it just come up. All of a sudden, cars were stopped, trucks were stopped, and they had run into each other, and they got off the road. I got through there. Everybody, but I got to go. But
okay,
yeah, it's about 2 foot of water on the interstate on I-65 northbound.
Okay, thank you, Brett. I appreciate it. I-65 northbound.
That is a similar area to what we were talking about earlier with 440, Dan. 65. If I heard him correctly, mile marker 79 is I don't think that's Harding Place, but it's close. But it's just south of the Loop in Nashville.
Got it.
I would advise, if you do not have to get out, if you absolutely don't have to get in your car and go anywhere, please don't, because there are going to be a lot of these types of reports.
By the way, Hohenwald right now is getting hammered. And I think Franklin is still getting hammered as well. But right now they are pointing towards some possible rotation in Hohenwald as it continues to travel northeast up towards Santa Fe and Franklin as well. David, and by the way, we're taking your calls on flooding and weather conditions as well. 615-737-9986. Super text line is open as well. David wants to talk about I-40. David, where on I-40 are you or were you, and what did you see?
Well, good morning, Dan. I've come in from Lebanon. I drove through 2 areas of very, very intense rain. You couldn't see the road at all. Tornado sirens going off in Belinda City and Mount Juliet as I came through. Later on, I got to in the area of the 40 and 24 junction, and there are trucks pulled off to the side of the road. I don't know if they're having problems or if they're just trying to wait out the storm. There is severe ponding in several areas. I'm in West Nashville now. I actually work for TDOT, so I'm trying to get to work this morning. But my advice, if you don't have to get out here, don't.
Yeah, it's going to be. It is going to be an ugly day out on the roadways, certainly in the morning. And are you safe now?
Well, I think so. I'm fairly close to the office. I'm going to stop and get some breakfast. But in 2 places, I noted that the water, I would estimate, was at least a foot deep.
Wow.
And covered most of the roadway.
5176. Thank you very much, David, and please stay safe.
I-440 and I-65, the junction right there, it is, there looks like they may close it because it's not just ponding. It looks like it's a lake. It's easier to take a boat through some of these areas right now, and they're thinking they might have to close some of these areas because the drainage isn't able to keep up with the amount of rain that has hit the ground. And now the only way to pass right now in certain areas is just on the shoulder. It's becoming that bad.
5176 says multiple vehicles are hydroplaning on the roadways in Hendersonville. So
yeah, don't and I'm getting reports too of I-65 at 440, that general area. Exit 78 is the Harding Place exit. So the trucker just said mile marker 79, which would be 1 mile toward Nashville. That entire zone is flooding, as the previous caller said. You just do not want to be on 65 northbound, north or southbound, south of Nashville right now. Keep away from that area. We're also getting a report, and I'm trying to confirm it, that 40 westbound, or just to the west of the city, has been closed at mile marker 194. So I'm trying to get confirmation on that.
40 westbound at
194 to the west of Nashville. But I'm working on that, Dan.
Yeah. All right. 615-737-9986. 615-737-WWTN. Joan Jones.
Yeah, to add to some of the confusion here and what's happening on the ground, we've got just thousands of power outages. NES is saying we're at about 3,200 right now. There's a big area just north and east of Nashville Central. That looks like that area that has most of the outages, about 1,400 in that area. So as you branch out from there, you're looking at spotty outages in a number of places, but they're it's numbering in the thousands now. People just with NES and the other utilities I haven't checked yet, but that's one of the things that you have to consider this morning is that you may be losing power as well. So hope you had those phones charged up because you really need to get these warnings as they're coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Joan. 615-737-9986. Gentlemen, it looks like Franklin is still dealing with that tornado warning in that cell that was just over Franklin. Looks like Brentwood and Antioch is going to be next in line for this line of storms. And so if you're in Franklin, well, you know what's happening right now. And if you're in Brentwood or Antioch, just know that storm is headed your way. 615-737-9986. Earlier, we had a lot going on in Lebanon, and Stephen is in Lebanon. Stephen, go ahead. What you got?
This is kind of bringing back some memories of 2010 when we had the flood. And if I remember right, the terminology for what these storms are doing is called training, just like a freight train. The front kind of stalls out, and the storms they're moving along the line, but they don't necessarily advance off to the east like our storms typically do. So I just wanted to throw that terminology out there, and hopefully we don't end up with the amount of water we did in 2010. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's a great visual. I mean, if you've ever sat in your car and watched a train go by, that's exactly what the radar looks like, right? The cars keep going by. The cars are going around at a fast rate of speed, but the train, just keeps coming, and that's just what the radar looks like. So training, that makes perfect sense.
And I got a note from Mount Juliet alerts saying another approaching storm. Another tornado warning is in effect for the Mount Juliet area. Have you seen that?
I've not seen that, but I have seen a tornado warning has been re-upped. Well, I'll get to that system that might be in that warning area for Wilson County, but I've got a National Weather Service report, a new tornado warning as of 3 minutes ago until 5:15 this morning, this time for Lewis County, Murray County, Williamson County, southwest Williamson County, I should say, in Hickman County. Here are the particulars. It's a storm capable of producing a tornado at any moment, located near Hohenwald, going northeast at 50 miles an hour. If you feel like you've heard this story before, it's because you have. This is one of those training situations, as the terminology we just learned. Thunderstorms could produce a tornado to impact Santa Fe, Prim Springs, Williamsport, Gordonsburg, Kimmins, and Hampshire. So that's number one, Dan. Number two is that tornado warning that we've been discussing for Davidson, Rutherford, Williamson, and Wilson, and that is a storm that potentially could impact, Nolensville and Brentwood around 440, Laverne and Antioch around 445, Rural Hill and Smyrna at around 450. So apparently this system is dipping down a little further south than previous systems. It is located near Brentwood right now, or was as of 5 minutes ago. and moving at 55 miles an hour. That warning until 5 o'clock this morning.
And we got KGB, Jeff Malinoff, who was, of course, here to produce the morning show, and he also does traffic here on WTN. He's taken a look at some of the flooding around town. So, Jeff, you said that you've seen some spots on the highways. We've already had some phone calls of people that have been stuck or almost stuck in flooded roadways along 65 and so forth. What do you see from TDOT?
Right now, we have a couple of crashes. One in West Nashville with the left lane blocked. That's I-40 eastbound. That's at the 46th Avenue, 51st Avenue exit. That's 205. And we have another crash with the left shoulder blocked in Berry Hill. That's I-65 northbound at the I-440 exit 80, which there is some serious flooding there.
All right, thank you, Jeff, and just keep on letting us know what's going on.
Hey guys,
yes,
the airport is saying if you've got an early morning flight, you better check because they've been canceling flights all morning, and so for a lot of those people out there, business travelers, people like that, definitely expect delays, and chances are you're going to be pushed to later, or maybe even have your flight canceled today. Especially as there's still activity in and around the airport. But it is because we forget, a lot of people are business travelers.
Yep.
Get up early, get there early, and they're talking about a lot of cancellations already today.
Let's see here. 9832. Coming from the south, you can see the storm in the lightning flashes. Things, he says, deteriorating quickly. Well, they've been deteriorating for hours now. Let's see here. 5442 says I-40 is at a complete standstill. Eastbound mile marker 196 at Bellevue, which makes sense because that's where we have seen a lot of this, a lot of the storming going on.
And that's the area that I was referring. Yeah. I know. Yep. I think I said westbound, and I stand corrected. Obviously, according to 5442, it's eastbound, but that's right around the 196, 197 marker. So
actually, you know what? Wade is in Bellevue. Wade, thanks for calling WTN. What are you seeing in Bellevue?
I'm sitting working on the bridge across the Harpeth River between McCoy Lane and the Bellevue exit on I-40 eastbound. And I got your warning about there being a crash right before I passed McCoy, right after I passed McCoy Lane. So if you're coming in and get off at McCoy Lane, go down Highway 70 or something, because I don't know how long I'm going to be here.
Well, how long have you, let me ask you this, Wade, how long have you been stuck in the traffic, and how long is the line of traffic?
I can't see ahead of me because of the big trucks. I've only been here about 15 minutes or so, so that's about it. That's about all I know.
And I'm looking at that backup, Dan, on the map, and it looks to be pretty significant right at the Harpeth eastbound on 40, and it trails back all the way past or all the way beyond Avondale Park. That's about 2 miles.
Okay, Wade, be careful. Chad Benson, he's going to have to run real quick. Chad, give us one last real quick update on what you know, not only in Nashville, but what you're seeing.
The storm now is really parked, and we're going to have some throughout the day. I think through this morning till about 6, we're probably going to have some more tornado warnings here or there, but definitely the amount of rain that's about to be dumped, and already for the amount of rain we've had, it is going to be a morning where it's easier to take a boat than it is a car. So the best thing I think everybody should do is stay put today, because it is going to be nasty, and now it's more about the precipitation, the buildup of water, than it is going to be about the winds in most places.
All right, Chad, thank you very much, and definitely appreciate your help this evening and this morning. By the way, we do have... It looks like, Matt, some more of the velocity tracker and where the storm is going to be headed. This particular cell that is heading towards Thompson Station. Let me start it at 447 in, I'm not sure if it's at Hampshire, 454 at Williamsport, 457 Water Valley. Santa Fe is at 5 o'clock in the morning, 509 Boston, 515 is going to be Thompson Station. And let's see here, Thompson Station. Franklin at 521, Franklin and Franklin, Matt, just keeps getting hit. I mean, they just keep getting hammered.
Yeah. I mean, all
it's
of these
it's the same communities. I mean, it was Linden, it's Hohenwald is getting hit right now. Franklin's going to get it again. Thompson Station at 5:15, Franklin 5:21, Ewingville at 5:22, 5:29 Arrington, and 5:37 for Antioch. And so we have a lot of flooding on the roadways. We also have, as a matter of fact, a channel. Wow. I don't know what channel you're on, Matt, but I'm on channel 2, and they are showing a car that is submerged in water up to, it looks like about
you can still see its taillights, but
you can see the right, Joan.
Just barely.
You can still see the taillights.
That is
but,
crazy.
Yeah, well, let's turn around, don't drown. I hope that person got out.
Also, meanwhile, I am getting reports, and I'm looking to confirm these reports that there's a ground stop at B&A Airport. So that would mean that no flights are. We were thinking delays. We were hearing reports of delays, but I'm getting a report of a ground stop. So I'm endeavoring to confirm that right now. But I have one source that I trust that tells me that. In the meantime, several people are asking about Metro Nashville school systems. As a matter of fact, 9707 writes it this way. Meanwhile, my wife and I are Metro Nashville teachers and will be driving in from Gallatin. The superintendent could not find her behind with both hands. I would be utterly shocked if Metro Nashville has school today. Shocked.
I don't see why they would. I mean, except for she's
you've
right.
You've got major roadways and major arteries in the city. I mean, I-65 at 440 has been virtually closed down because of multiple feet of water in that area.
Well,
and that's just one.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know why they would have school, because it is clear that the city right now, I mean, we've got major flooding. We still have very dangerous storms with rotation. Franklin is about to get hit at 5:21, Arrington at 5:28. So this is going to go on for, I mean, at least another hour, if not 2, if not longer
more
than that. Yeah.
If you want me to give, just real quick, sorry, Joan, if you want me to give a rundown, I can, of some of the major closings
That's
that we
exactly
have in
what
here.
I was just going to do, so go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, just running from Wilson County schools are closed, Trousdale closed, Sumner, Stewart County schools closed, Smith County closed. Robertson is reporting 2 hours late. Let's see, Perry County schools opening 2 hours late today. Montgomery County schools opening 2 late, 2 hours that is. Just hitting the majors. Humphreys County schools are closed. Dixon closed. And Cheatham County schools are closed as well. And if you have any questions regarding a particular school, especially a Christian-based school or whatnot, individual school systems, we can possibly answer that. But nothing on Metro Nashville schools right now.
That is amazing to me. I mean, I guess the question would be, what's the expectation? Like how at what point do they call it? I mean, you would think that they would do it by now, because it seems to me like most, if not all, of the other districts have already called it.
Yeah, just about everywhere in our area. So unless we are missing something, and I would think that with the listening audience of Super Talk 99.7 WTN, if we were missing the alert or if every news outlet was missing an alert, that we would have been told by now.
Right.
But it does not seem like they have reported. I've checked. I checked one source. Let me see. On the Mount Juliet Christian Academy closed. All of those that I just told you. Yeah, nothing from Metro Nashville.
All right, let's.
There is by the way, a rotation noted. Channel 2 is reporting this right now, right over I-24, just a little north of Nolensville. That's headed in the way of Smyrna. And they're warning. Now, I don't know if there's a tornado warning in that area, but it does look like it's serious. It's on its way to Smyrna. They're warning people to take caution now, to take cover now, get off the roads, obviously, and to find that safe place in your house to take cover.
And I'm being informed that Rutherford County is on spring break this week, so I would suggest that I was right. They are closed. So there you go.
Yeah, Rutherford County, I should have told you this, and Murfreesboro City, also Murray County, they're all on spring break at the moment.
And one of our super texters wants to know any news on power outages. And Joan, you said earlier somewhere in the neighborhood of almost 4,000.
Yeah, we're looking at 3,200 right now for Nashville Electric. Middle Tennessee is calling it, looks like in the hundreds for Middle Tennessee Electric. So yes, we've got some power outages. That's going to add to our problems this morning as we go along. So just be advised of that.
And honestly, I can't express it enough. Please, if you do not have to get out, do not get out. There's a system moving through Middle Tennessee. I love the new term that we learned from the caller, Dan, training. This system is just training itself over Metro Nashville, and it's just dumping water on Metro Nashville. The flooding is going to be a very real concern. It is right now, and that's just going to continue throughout the morning hours. If you do not have to go into work, if you do not have to be out, do not be out because you're going to cause difficulty for emergency responders, and obviously it could be a very dangerous situation for yourself.
615-737-9986. Scarlett is out by the airport, and she's going to talk a little bit about flooding. We were reporting that apparently, you've got BNA that is now grounded all the flights. We're working to confirm that. Scarlett, where are you and what are you seeing?
I'm on McCrory Creek Road by Stewart's Ferry Pike, but I drove from Oak Hill to BNA and went through 65 and 440 and 40, and it's like a lake. I can't do more than 10 miles an hour. I could only do about 20 on the freeway, taking a friend to the airport. Don't get out in this stuff. I'm on my way home. I'm not getting out anymore. Water is rolling everywhere. And if Davidson County doesn't shut down schools, they're making a big mistake, guys.
Well, I'm positive they will. I mean, I'm not a big fan of Adrian Battle and all the people over there in Davidson County and Metro schools, but we'll see if they do that. I think it's going to be quick that they do shut down the schools. Have we confirmed? Thank you, Scarlett. Appreciate it. Be safe. Have we confirmed that Davidson County, they're not in spring break, are they?
Not to my knowledge, and we've been told the communities that have. I mean, our loyal listening audience.
The ones that are on spring break are Rutherford County, Murfreesboro City, and Murray County.
Okay. All right.
But also, want to tell you that there's a closure of a roadway. I-40, this is in Pegram. So the eastbound lanes, I-40, between McCrory Lane, that's exit 192, and Bellevue, exit 196, that is closed off. There's a crash. It's a tractor trailer that drove into the wall near the Harpeth River, and they've shut that down. And then they're talking I-440 eastbound lanes past I-65, flooding in the left lane. They're saying stay away from that area. So the issue of the ponding on the roadways, it's turned into more like, little oceans on the roadways. Great to just stay home and avoid these areas this morning.
Well, lots of ponding, and I think, I don't know, Matt, you would know more about this than I, but if you've got a semi that you said crashed into the wall or whatever, that semi may have been going a little too fast and hydroplaned?
Yeah, going a little too fast for conditions, and once you lose control, you just lose control. But there are no large enough vehicles to save you from water that is on the roadway. You do not know how deep it is. Secondarily, you do not know if there is movement in that water. Even if it does not look like the water is moving on the surface, there could be water movement beneath the surface. And if there is, that water can take your vehicle and just swiftly move you whatever direction the water is going, which is why the old saying, don't drown, turn around, or turn around, don't drown, it is in place, because you really could lose control of a situation very, very quickly if you allow yourself to. I can run down, we still have a couple of these tornado warnings, and I can run those down for you, Dan, if you want me to. The National Weather Service has re-upped a tornado warning as of 5 minutes ago. It remains in effect until 5 o'clock, so they've not extended it. This is for southeastern Davidson, northwestern Rutherford, northeastern Williamson, and southwestern Wilson counties. At 4:49, this thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado at any moment, located over Laverne, 14 miles southeast of Nashville. It was moving at 55 miles an hour to the northeast. So Rural Hill, Smyrna, around 4:55 or around now. It is on top of you. It will be in Mount Juliet by 5 a.m. this morning. I just find it of note that they have not extended that. It remains in effect until just 5 a.m., so we'll keep a look on that to see if they do decide to extend it. And then I guess the only other one that I have is this Lewis County, Murray County one that is in effect until 5:15. That was issued at 4:36, so about 20 minutes ago, but that remains in effect. That was that latest Hohenwald situation that you were talking about earlier, Dan.
So does it look like that? I mean, they're going to allow these to expire? Do you think? Because I mean, that's kind of how I'm feeling now. Is that? And I hope I'm right, that these are going to be allowed to expire, and we're still going to see storms as we go throughout the day. But at least as far as where we are right now, I mean, what is your gauge as a weather nerd as to, obviously we are now in a flooding situation, clearly. But that being said, where is this going moving forward?
I mean, it only took 7 additional hours for what the prediction was last night to come to fruition, because we saw several sources in that weather person realm say the same thing, and that is that this system would get to Nashville, it would come across West Tennessee, get to Middle Tennessee, and then at some point when it got here, it would stall. And when it stalled, the severity of the storms would lessen, and it would dump large amounts of rain. Now, last night at 10 o'clock, as we were monitoring the situation from the studio, they were talking about Clarksville, which obviously is kind of in the epicenter of the amount of rain that we're getting. But, other areas in that northern and western portion, if you're thinking about Nashville on a map, just to the north and just to the west of Nashville, like, Clarksville and Paris and Waverly and Dixon and some of these areas, even directly to the west. So I think that's what we're going through right now, Dan, is that as it stalls, the intensity lessens, but boy, oh boy, it looks as if it's going to be raining for a long time.
There is a severe storm warning that just popped up for Clay, Jackson, and Macon counties, and they're saying that there is a tornado possible with this one. And there's also some hail, 1-inch size hail, wind speeds around 60 miles an hour. So here's the track of that one. It's headed to Cherry Crossroads about 4:58, just about now. Then to Clementsville, 4:59 at 5:02 in Bowles. 5:04 in Moss, 5:06 in Arcot. So it's headed in that direction this morning, and with the ending up here, at least on this track, 5:19 in Luttrell. So that's the track of this current storm. It's a severe storm warning that does have the possibility of turning out a tornado.
And Nash Severe Weather, they're tracking the system that we've been tracking. They've put a new timeline out, and they say if the system does hold together as far as where the storm is going, and they are saying that at 5:09, it's a 5:09 Columbia, Boston 5:17, 5:19 Spring Hill. That's when you're going to get hit again. They emphasize, and this is good news, if this system holds together. 522 Buckner Road, 523 Thompson Station. You've got Franklin again, 530, 531 Williamson County Fairgrounds, 536 the Galleria, 539 Eagleville, Nolensville at 544, Antioch at 549, and Smyrna at 555. So that is the track of that storm that we've all been following as we head into it's Thursday morning, right? It is Thursday.
It is.
It is Super Talk 99.7 WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville. And you want to take a call on some flooding from Mike in Franklin?
I do.
All right. Yes, Mike and Franklin. By the way, phone lines are open, folks. 615-737-9986. We are in ongoing coverage of the severe weather that has rolled through Middle Tennessee. We've had tornadoes and we've had rotation. We've also had a lot of flooding and a lot of lightning. And Mike, where exactly are you in Franklin?
Right now, I'm actually on Bulls Creek Boulevard. And I'm going to tell you, you said it was going to be 5:51. Well, it's already here, and you cannot see in front of you. You don't need to get out of this road.
Mike,
there is at least 2 inches of water where I'm at.
Okay.
And it's going to get worse.
Is it raining, Mike? Is it raining there right now?
Yes, sir. And I cannot see in front of me.
Be careful, Mike.
Yeah, be very careful. And let us...
I do know that Martin got hit by 2 tornadoes. And I got some pictures that I will send y'all as soon as I can. The hail was at least 2 to 3 inches.
All right, Mike, very good. Thanks for your call, and very much appreciated.
Hey, South Nashville, Murfreesboro Road.
Yep.
There are not just one, but a handful of cars that are now stuck in a flooded out area of that roadway. And I'm not sure if these people have been able to exit their cars, but the waters are up to and over their headlight areas, up to the windows.
Mm-hmm.
This is Murfreesboro Road, South Nashville. As I watch Channel 2 right now. Crazy
Listen,
deep water.
We're going to see a lot of that.
Yeah.
Because I don't think we knew that there would be flooding, but I don't think we were able to. I don't know if anybody predicted that this thing would just stall over Nashville.
Yeah,
and Middle
it's
Tennessee.
not able to clear out. The drains are not able to take it that fast.
Yeah, and I think the original expectation, Dan, was it was going to be a little west of Nashville when it stalled like this, and we would be spared the brunt of it in the city. But obviously, that's not occurred. And once again, I'm looking at the same visual that I think Joan is looking at, and it looks as if there might still be some individuals in those vehicles. In the meantime, just to re-up a story that we had about an hour ago, 911 in Davidson County is absolutely being blitzed with telephone calls, and they're asking, obviously, if you are in the midst of an emergency, call them, 911. If you are not in the middle of an emergency, you're asked to keep those lines clean because they are being inundated with calls to 911 right now.
615-737-9986. This is Brent. He is traveling along I-24. And Brent, go ahead. Where exactly are you on I-24?
I'm coming northbound. I'm at the 40 and 24 exit right now. Underneath that viaduct there, it is nothing but water. You can get through. Bigger trucks can, smaller cars. It's filling up. So you're going to have to probably not take that way into Nashville. Also at 52B at that exit, you have across I-24 the first, the westbound lane all the way over to the eastbound lane. You have nothing but a lake out there. So you're going to have if you don't see it, you're going to hit the brakes. And you're not going to know it's there. A lot of people are having that problem right now.
Are you, Brent, are you seeing cars, and I've got so much going on in here. Are you seeing that cars are actually stuck right now?
There's a few that are pulled along the side of the road when I came through here. When it comes to going under that viaduct, you have people that have their blinkers on and are stopped. They just don't want to go through it. It's not a massive amount. You don't see the normal traffic you normally would during this time of day. It's not as bad as what I would thought it would be, but people are slowing down and they're just stopping. But it's not that many. It's just that water is rising ever so slowly.
Okay, thank you. And it's raining there now, you said?
Yes.
Okay. How hard? Really hard?
Pardon me?
How hard is it raining?
It's let up somewhat since I first called in, but people were driving down at I-24 coming in. They had their blinkers on. It was a wall of water, like it's being reported already on the radio. It's still pretty. I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. It's still hard to manage if you're not watching what you're doing.
Well, our friends, and thank you very much, Brent, at the water rescue folks. I don't know what department that is, but they're going to be very busy today. They are going to be very busy today.
By the way, 7078 writes in and says Williamson County has officially canceled school for the day. also thanking us for our coverage. It is absolutely our pleasure. So it feels to me, and Joan, you might have it in front of you, it feels to me that every county system that was planning to have school today has canceled school today, with the exception, we're waiting on Metro Nashville. We're waiting on Davidson County to make some form of decision. I can't imagine they're going to hold school, but they've yet to say.
Why would they? I mean, most people are not going to go because we're sitting here and we're saying what we're saying. All the TV stations are saying, don't go out in this. We're taking calls from people all across Middle Tennessee and in Nashville that are, saying that, the roads are really bad and it just would make any sense for them to do it.
Forget about the buses and the kids. I mean, many of the teachers are not going to be able, the administrators are not going to be able to get to the schools.
Still closed this morning, by the way, in Pegram, 40 eastbound, so heading in. 192 to Bellevue, exit 196, that's Highway 70 South. And that tractor trailer that crashed into a wall there right near the Harpeth River. Looks like crews are out there trying to upright things and get it back into shape there. But right now, we've got it closed on 40 eastbound. Flooded out, too, on 440 eastbound in the left lane past I-65. Got a lot of that. 40 eastbound in West Nashville, a crash that blocks the left lane. A crash in Berry Hill, 65 northbound at I-440, a crash there. The left shoulder blocked off. Lots of folks reporting just the roads being flooded out and coming up upon it because we're still in the dark this morning. Still don't have enough sunshine to, be able to light the roads and show you. So it's flooded, and it's going to take a lot of attention on the roads to be able to see it before you hit it.
And yet another storm system moving through Santa Fe, going toward the Boston area, and eventually making its way to Spring Hill and ultimately up to Franklin. That's another one of these training situations. And Dan, I hesitate to say it, but I've had enough people communicate with me either via the super text line at 615-737-9986 or via social media applications that longtime residents of Nashville are saying that this system is beginning to remind them of 2010.
Well, we had Pamela Furr on a couple of hours ago now, and she was talking about that. And you're right, because one of the things that I remember in reading about that was before my time, was that the system just parked. And it just rained and rained and rained and rained. By the way, you're talking about Santa Fe. And right now, they are talking about some possible rotation there as it continues to make its way north and east. And so we're keeping an eye on Santa Fe. And from there, we do have a timeline as well. By the way, phone lines are open if you want to give a traffic check, 615-737-9986. Santa Fe is getting hit right now. Neapolis, the area of Neapolis, is going to hit at 513, 517 Sycamore, 520 Spring Hill, West Harpeth 522, and 528 is Paytonsville. So, I mean, we still, I mean, we're talking about flooding, but we're also still talking about, damaging storms as well. Although it's 509, and didn't you say, Matt, that a lot of those tornado warnings are supposed to expire at 5:15?
Well, perhaps I should not have said anything about that, Dan, because several of them have been re-upped. I'll run down them very quickly. One includes that storm that you just mentioned. There's one in northwestern Murray, southeastern Williamson, and southeastern Hickman counties. And that is in effect until 5:15 this morning. Columbia will be impacted and right about now. Spring Hill at about 5:10, but they've not re-upped that, and that expires in about 9 minutes. Other than that, actually, Dan, let me refresh here to make sure that I'm not giving you
While
bad
you
information.
refresh, we're going to talk to Darren. He's on 840, 615-737-9986. Darren, you're on 840. Where exactly are you on 840?
Actually, I'm heading. I'm almost to that area where the tornado warning is at, but everything looks fine on 840 right now.
Any water?
It's pouring down. It's pouring down raining.
Can I ask what you're driving?
I'm in a Jeep.
Okay.
Cherokee.
All right.
The reason I called though is let you know what happened at my house this morning. While I was watching the news on the weather, a severe thunderstorm come through my house at Laws, and the lightning strike hit right close to my house, right on top of me. I got out this morning, let the dog out, and the tree got struck. I took the top out of it.
No kidding. But so you're saying the lightning hit the tree?
Yeah, the lightning hit the tree, snapped the top out of it. I mean, it's like 15, 20 yards from my front door.
I was going to say, how close was that to your front door? About 15, 20 yards? So,
yes.
You know what? I think God was protecting you, Darren. I'm sad for the tree, but God was protecting you. So.
Out there.
Absolutely. Dangerous. All right, Darren, thank you very much for the call. I appreciate it. 20, can you imagine that? 20 yards from your house, Darren had a lightning strike and hit the tree out front. So,
man, better the tree than you or me.
Absolutely.
I suppose.
Absolutely. All right, so let's reset real quick. It is 5:11, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is a lot of people texting in. I'm going to get to some of what people are saying, but Matt, I think we're going to do a reset on the warnings.
Yeah, I have, two things. I have from the National Weather Service only one tornado warning, according to the National Weather Service website in our area, and it remains in Murray County, western Williamson County, and southeastern Hickman counties. And it is that storm that system that is set to expire in 4 minutes. I was looking at one of our local meteorologists, actually Channel 2. I'm flipping around, going to the various channels, trying to find out additional information. And they have an area of rotation that they're calling a warning heading toward south of Lebanon, heading in a general direction toward Watertown. So that is, a fairly unpopulated area, but there are plenty of farms out there and farm communities. So we've got that going on. But the only official thing that I have from the National Weather Service right now, Dan, tornado warning remaining in effect. Murray County, Williamson, and southeastern Hickman County until 5:15 this morning.
Nashville severe weather. Richland Creek near Belle Meade is rapidly rising past flood stage. If you come across flooded roadways, turn around, don't drown. And that was just 1 minute ago.
On 40 40 eastbound, 440 eastbound. Check that, 440 eastbound at I-65. We've been reporting that it's flooded out there. That's actually an overturned vehicle. I just watched that. A lot of traffic having to go around it. That overturned vehicle is in the left lane, so the traffic is going slowly around it. So, again, you want to watch yourself, 440 eastbound at I-65. And I got to tell you, the traffic screen is just filled with incidents to report. If you don't have to be out on the roadways, I would suggest, wait or just stay home for a little bit longer. Yeah.
Yeah. Here's a word, don't.
Yeah. Don't's a good word. Yeah. Pegram, they've still got 40 eastbound closed off from exit 192 to 196. And that's that tractor trailer that hit the center wall. 40 westbound in Southside Hermitage Avenue. That's a stalled out car that's blocking the right lane. You're going to come up upon these incidents and they may not be attended by emergency vehicles yet. So you may come up upon them pretty quickly. So, if you've got to be on the roads, less speed is good.
Well, yeah. And unfortunately, what happens is it looks like a lot of input here. Are you seeing some possible rotation, Matt, north of Columbia?
Yes, that is that's the system that is expected to be around Spring Hill at this time, I think.
It's in between,
moving toward Spring Hill.
Yeah, it's in between Columbia and Spring Hill off Highway 7.
Yes, I am seeing that, and I would not be surprised. That is set to expire at 5:15. Would not be surprised if they extended that through the National Weather Service, and I'll keep you up to date if I see that. And let's see, 5:12. Indeed, the National Weather Service has extended a tornado warning for northeastern Murray County and southern Williamson County until 5:45. So that's the system that we're talking about. Columbia Spring Hill's being affected now. Thompson's station at around 5:20, about 6 minutes from now.
Let's see here. What are people saying on the Super Text line? By the way, the phone number is 615-737-9986. If you want to give a road report, 615-737-WWTN. By the way, if you do need to go out, bring a lot of supplies, because if you end up getting stuck, trapped, sometimes you You ever have this happen to you, Matt, where you're driving along, or Joan, you're driving along, and you get trapped in between water?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's happened to me before, where it's like, well, I can't turn around because there's a big mess of water behind me, and there's a bunch of water in front of me too. That's happened to me a few times back when I lived in Connecticut. So, couple of things. If you feel like you have to head out, make sure that you've got, whatever supplies you need. Make sure that your phone is charged. Make sure you listen to us for the road reports. Make sure that you have the ability to get whatever weather warnings that you may need. Let's see here. We've got people checking in with us just past Briley Parkway on 24 eastbound towards Laverne. There was a car headed in the wrong direction.
Oh.
Come on, man. We've got enough problems. 6966 says, this is Caveman, tornado warning in Columbia. Hey, Caveman, what I'd like to know is, do you have tornado sirens? Are tornado sirens going off?
There's a little bit more information on that warning back there at Columbia. They're saying that tornado warning, the velocity tracker shows it being near Columbia at 5:13. So that was a couple of minutes ago. 5:17 in a minute from now at Neapolis. Spring Hill at 5:24, Rally Hill at 5:27, then Bethesda 5:29. It's making its way to Holt's Corner at 5:36, Eagleville at 5:38, Almaville at 5:44. They're keeping an eye on this one. 5:48 at Little Hope, and 5:52 this morning at Barfield. That's the tornado warning, as they noted this tornado on radar. It's radar notated as it's tracking in that direction this morning. Those are the areas to be careful.
All right.
Flash flood warnings all over the community, too. Yeah. I mean, obviously, it goes without saying that just about anywhere within the sound of our voice, you're experiencing a flash flood warning.
I want to say hello to, this is John, and John is on, where are you at, John? Are you on, is it 45? Are you on US 45?
Yes, sir. I'm on US 45, just coming into the Bethel Springs now. The bypass around Selmer, there's, I think it was counted about 6 different power lines or some kind of lines that were down across the road. Probably 12, 14 Tennessee State Troopers and several fire trucks around that area there in Selmer, around the west side of the city there. There's a bypass that goes around. 45 goes up to Jackson. Mm-hmm. I'm in Bethel Springs now, making my way back up toward Jackson, back up to Kentucky.
And how's the rain? Are you seeing a lot of rain?
The rain has let up a little bit right now, but it's still raining.
Did you see any evidence of trees down along with the power lines?
I have not seen any trees down. It's still dark over here. I have seen several road signs that are down, so evidently that's evidence of some high winds that come through here last night.
I mean, yeah, there's been several reports of tornadoes that have gone through Selmer, so that's why I asked.
I spent the night there in Eastview, Tennessee. Of course, I drive a truck, and that's about 5 miles south of Selmer, Tennessee. Got pretty rough down there last night.
I imagine it did. Yeah, Selmer, I think when the sun does come up and we start getting an assessment, I think, Dan, that Selmer is going to be one of the hardest hit areas. Obviously, there's going to be plenty of those by the time all is said and done. But apparently Selmer did, in fact, go through some form of tornado last evening. And our Selmer, Tennessee, still getting popped with rain. Another system moving through there on its way to Savannah. And that is obviously, for those who don't know on the map, that is to the south and considerably to the west, probably, I don't know how many miles, but it is due east of Memphis over on the west side of the state.
Dan will be right back. Let me.
Oh, no, it's all good.
Matt, let me give you.
I know. You can go ahead, KGB.
I just have a couple traffic reports. We have We have a closed due to a crash on I-40 eastbound before McCory Lane, exit 192 in Bellevue, exit 196. Looks like police are there, and a tractor trailer went into the wall. We talked about that earlier. We have south side. We have another stall with the right lane blocked, I-40 westbound. I-40 in general is just not looking good at the moment, and then we have that flooding on I-440 eastbound as well. So, again, a lot of flooding on every single highway right now. Just be careful out there.
I'm getting two conflicting. Well, the reports are the same. Reasoning is conflicting, but apparently we were asking the question earlier, and I frankly didn't know whether or not Davidson Metro was on spring break. One of our super texters indicates that Davidson Metro is on spring break, but then another super texter, Kathy, said, I just heard that Metro schools are closed. So either way, there appears that there will not be, at least if these reports hold, there will not be, and I'm getting some confirmation, school in the Metro Nashville school area. The vast majority of the school systems in the public education system have been closed down in and around Middle Tennessee, to include Cheatham County, Dixon County, Hickman County, Humphreys County, Smith County, Stewart County, Sumner County, Trousdale, Wilson, and Williamson County, all closed down. I still have reports of Perry County opening 2 hours late, Clay, Houston County opening 2 hours late, and Macon County opening 1 hour late at bus driver discretion. So don't know whether or not Metro's system is closed due to absence from spring break. That's the first I've heard of that, but we are getting an indication that there will not be school today. There's a lot of ponding going on, a lot of flooding in our area.
3757 says, I'm on 840 headed west to Spring Hill. Wish me well. Well, Spring Hill is getting hit right now. And with obviously a massive storm, some possible rotation indicated as well. So be careful, 3757, because things are really hairy there right now off 396. And that seems to be right now one of the big points where in Middle Tennessee where we have some big issues. 615-737-9986. Guys, I think what we want to do is take a break, get some commercials in. I think with the exception of what's happening right now in Spring Hill, I think, Matt, we have a lot of flooding. It's 522. Is the situation in Spring Hill as this little rotation is heading towards 840, and right now it's over 396, heading towards 840. It's right now west of 840. Is that the only area right now where we have rotation? Possible rotation?
Yes, I believe in our listening area, and I really believe if I pull it back here across the state of Tennessee, the only place that we're seeing a tornado warning is that Spring Hill area. There are sirens going off in the Franklin area. Again, that's going to be due to the Spring Hill rotation. No word that is on the ground right now, but there's a significant hook in the radar, a lot of rain, and a lot of rotation involved in that system. But that's happening. That's right at Spring Hill right now. It's heading toward Thompson Station, expected to be there in about 3 minutes. And so if you're in Franklin and you're listening to your sirens go off, then that indicates that that system is coming your way. Just be on the lookout for that. And you know, I know it's been a long, tiring night, but you know what to do by now. Rotation means that a tornado could drop out of that system at any time. You need to stop what you're doing if you're in Thompson Station or Spring Hill, or really in Franklin just to the north, and go ahead and do that operation one more time, get into that safe place one more time. Hopefully these tornado warnings will be dying down as the morning progresses, but this is the last one on the board, Dan, to answer your question.
All right, let's, KGB, somebody called and said that 65 and 440, what did he say?
Yeah, right at that entrance, going into 440, that is completely closed down. They're rerouting everyone.
65 southbound or northbound?
Southbound.
65 south, trying to get onto 440, Joan?
That is that area where I told you there's an overturned vehicle. It's in the left lane.
Okay.
So they're going to close that down to get it out of there.
All right, 615-737-9986. We are going to take a break real quick, and then we'll return next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
This is a breaking weather update on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
529 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We're in a special weather coverage, and we have been for many hours now. Matt Murphy started it at about midnight or so, Matt? And
yeah, somewhere between midnight and 1 o'clock. Yeah.
Yes. So just so you know where we are right now, Dan Mandis here along with Joan Jones, KGB here as well, Matt Murphy, is we do have right now Spring Hill is getting hammered. So there's radar indicated, activity, but nothing on the ground. But there's hail, there's high winds, and there's a lot going on. If you're in Spring Hill, call us at 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. That's number one. Number two, as we kind of reset all this, we have massive flooding across Middle Tennessee. So if you don't have to go out, don't go out, because it is there's a lot of flooding, a lot of accidents, a lot of ponding water, and it is still raining all across Middle Tennessee, and certainly Williamson County. I'm not sure about Wilson County, but and I'm not sure about Rutherford County, but right now Murray County as well. Spring Hill, Thompson Station, that area is getting hit. Again, a lot of water. We've had various interchanges that have now had to be closed because of accidents. 65 South transitioning to 440. We had I think that was an overturned car, wasn't it, Joan? And so they've had to shut down that
Actually, I just watched some video of that area. The camera facing down on it.
Yes.
That car is still on its top. It's overturned, but they're still allowing traffic to go around it.
Okay.
There's a lot of rescue crews around, a lot of people out on that roadway. So, got to be careful in that area. It's hard to spot them because it's still dark. So be careful because there's a lot of crews out there.
Can I do a little cleanup too, Dan?
Yep.
On the school closure situation, Metro Nashville school systems are not on spring break this week. That happened on March 10th. I looked that up, but they have declared that they are closed today. Yes. So that is going to complete most school systems in our area in the public education system have been declared closed, and there's some comprehensive list running around the internet. But I also erroneously said Macon County Schools had originally said that they were opening an hour late. They are now closed as well. So just wanted to clean that up.
Well, that always happens where it's like,
It's
okay,
all
we're
fluid,
going to 1 hour delayed, 2 hours delayed. Oh, screw it, we're going to close. By the way, 2073 on the super text line, 615-737-9986. Lots of rain near the GM plant, and so that is, of course, up in Spring Hill or down in Spring Hill. So, Spring Hill, and after Spring Hill, let's just kind of zoom out if we can. After Spring Hill, they're really, at least for a few hours, we're going to have rain. We're still going to be dealing with the flooding, but we can all kind of relax at least for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it looks as if like you say, you kind of get the big picture all across the state of Tennessee. There's still a line, that front edge line is still red, still looks very angry, and it still, pops and then repopulates and pops again. But what I don't see a continuation of those tornado warnings back to our west, Dan. As a matter of fact, the tornado watches have gone away in Memphis, in Jackson, Tennessee. I don't see watches any longer in those locations. So that indicates that they believe that mainline threat has completely dissipated to our west. Even up in Clarksville, I'm not seeing a watch in Clarksville, so they allowed that watch to expire too. Obviously, still watches in our listening area. Those would be tornado watches, meaning conditions are favorable, but only one warning, and that is the system that we're watching. Tornado warning remains in effect until 5:45 for northeastern Murray and southern Williamson County, and that is that Spring Hill situation that is expected to impact Thompson Station in just the next couple of minutes. You continue along that line, and you'll eventually get to I-65, and then you cross over I-65, and you get to, let's see, Nolensville is somewhat in the path of this storm as well, down along that line, along with Arrington, Trioune, just some of the cities along this line of expected path.
Okay, and if I may, do you know once the tornado warnings all end up expiring, are we still looking at a lot of rain throughout the rest of the day? What does that look like for you? What are you seeing? Because with the tornadoes, obviously we need to keep an eye out for those, clearly, as we have been all night. But this flooding is really bad. And so now my question is, okay, so now that the tornadic warnings and those issues are over, is it still going to continue to rain off and on throughout the day? That's what I don't know.
I see in my future cast on the radar system that I use, I see rain lasting in the metro area until 9:30 this morning.
Until 9:30 this morning?
And then repopulating behind that. So as that rainfall happens in Oklahoma and in Texas, there's more moisture. In Arkansas, there's more moisture as it creates rain. And then that, of course, in the afternoon hours this afternoon,
yes,
will begin pushing. And I don't mean to kill your buzz here, Dan, on the idea of rain stopping, but reportedly we've got another round of this tonight.
Yep.
Yeah,
I sure
there you
do.
go.
Sure do. All right.
And I'm genuinely getting concerned. I haven't been here very long. I'm only 3 years now. You've been here a little longer, Dan, but you just missed the 2010 storms. But I'm getting a little concerned at the number of people who were here in 2010 that suggest that this stalled system, this training of rain, is very similar to that era, because apparently those floods were very bad, significantly bad.
So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break. We still have Thompson Station and Spring Hill. You are dealing with a major storm right now. Radar indicated some radar indicated rotation. No word of anything on the ground, but you can expect all the things that we've all come to expect with this kind of a system. You can expect hail, a lot of water, and clearly a lot of rain, and it's going to be raining basically off and on all day long. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break and take care of some business, and then we're going to kind of recap everything that's happened overnight. Matt, of course, a lot of people are just waking up and just realizing, perhaps, number one, they don't have to go to work, but they're also wondering what has transpired over the last 5 hours. And so we're going to do that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
This is a breaking weather update on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
541, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mann is here along with Matt Murphy. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Jeff Malinoff is producing. And we still have the situation, Matt, in Spring Hill, the Thompson Station area, where we had some radar-indicated rotation. And I don't know if there's any more to that. I haven't seen anybody on the Super Text line check in telling us that they were in the all clear. And from what I'm seeing on the radar, it is still a mess in that area.
Absolutely a mess, but no indication that we have had anything on the ground, which is good news. And frankly, for a lot of these tornado warnings, and it is just a reality of life in 2025, a lot of times we're going to get these warnings and you're not going to see anything on the ground, but that's okay. These are indicators that the possibility exists that one could pop up. We're going to see tornadoes that have popped up, multiple tornadoes. I think we had 3 the last system that moved through, so expect that to come in the next several days as National Weather Service crews get out. But at 5:35 this morning, so about 7 minutes ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado gave a tornado warning indicator near Spring Hill, 11 miles south of Franklin, as Dan mentioned. Franklin moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Some of the areas that might be affected by this in southwest or southeastern Williamson County include Triune. And that really is the only community that it included. Also, I-65 between mile markers 53 and 65, 840 between 23 and 42. So the indication is that this still is showing that level of rotation, Dan, that could possibly pop a tornado. But we're not hearing anything about an actual tornado being on the ground as of right now. So, we cross our fingers and hope that this thing can expire, and we just have to deal with the rain over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, but as you said, Matt, and as we've been talking about, the rain is a big issue, and we have had this storm. Let's kind of go backwards a little bit and talk about, as people wake up, they're tuning in on radio and also YouTube and so forth. This has been a long night. You started about, midnight or so, and I came in a little bit after that, I think. But we've had one storm after another, and then finally the storm just stopped over Nashville. And it was, and people are saying it was reminiscent of the big flood, the Nashville flood of 2010, where the system literally just stopped over Nashville. And it dumped and continues to dump a lot of rain. And so now we do have the worry of flooding. I don't know, because I don't have any perspective on this. I wasn't around in 2010. But a lot of people are saying that catastrophic flood of 2010 this morning is reminiscent of that.
And really, for me, it's not the amount of rain that we get today, which will be a large amount of rain today. It's what happens if we get a similar amount or even a lesser amount tomorrow into tomorrow night and more storms. What does that mean for Friday night into Saturday and into Sunday in terms of the swell of the rivers and the potential for flooding in and around the city? Hopefully that doesn't happen. But you're right, Dan. It really was tracking a line. The storm came in like normal ones do. But I'll have to hand it to the National Weather Service and hand it to local meteorologists, because they kind of nailed this thing. They said this thing will track in here. It will bring these tornadoes with it. These are level 4 or 5 events, meaning very serious events in terms of their nature. You're going to see tornadoes happen, and then at some point overnight, it is going to stop, it is going to stall, and it's just going to dump rain. And you know what? You got to give them credit where due. They've nailed this. Yep. We don't like to see it, but for the last, 3 hours, we've seen a line of red parked from Memphis, kind of through Hohenwald, into Nashville, and on up beyond Nashville into Kentucky, through Lafayette and into Kentucky. Now, that has slid south over the last hour, Dan. I would say Murfreesboro, for a long time we were saying, hey, Smyrna, it's not raining over there. Hey, Laverne, it's not raining there. Hey, Murfreesboro, you don't have to worry about this right now. Well, those communities are starting to get involved in terms of the rain. Matter of fact, that system that just moved through Spring Hill and is now going through Franklin is about to approach Nolensville, and we'll get to Smyrna and the greater Murfreesboro area pretty soon after that. So,
Matt, I want to say hello to James. He's in Spring Hill right now along I-65. James, what do you see along I-65 in Spring Hill? Whereabouts are you?
I'm heading north on I-65. I talked to you earlier about 440-65 incident earlier.
Yep. And what's going on in Spring Hill now?
Now I'm going northbound, and at the 65/6, the right 2 lanes are blocked off with police presence because there's a car that spun out. And the rain is bad.
Yeah. Have you seen any flooding?
Not really. I-65 isn't too bad except for where I told you earlier.
Right. And
I think he just hydroplaned on the right lane because he was in like a little sports car.
Yeah. Well, have sports car will drive too fast in rain. Yes.
Well, yeah, he was a little sideways on I-65.
All right.
I don't mean to laugh. I hope he's okay.
Yeah, we do. We certainly hope that he's okay. James, thank you very much for calling back in for conditions in Spring Hill. So he said there's a lot of rain.
Over from the National Weather Service, National Weather Service, there is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Murfreesboro. Now, that was issued about 6 minutes ago. It'll expire at 6:30. So that's where that storm is headed right now.
Yep.
They're not saying that this is associated with any rotation, but they are saying that, yes, the weather is about to arrive in Murfreesboro.
And I do not have, as of 5:48 Middle Tennessee time, I do not have any tornado warnings on the board, which is in the state of Tennessee, which is the first time since about 12:40 last night. So I don't see any. I mean, obviously, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning. We still have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings. There are a couple of tornado warnings north of us in Kentucky.
Aren't we still in a tornado watch though? Like I think isn't all of Middle Tennessee? Are we still in a tornado watch?
Not all of Middle Tennessee, but
Some.
a large portion of Middle Tennessee. Yes, I mean they've allowed the watches to expire. For example, in Dixon. In and around the Clarksville area, there are no watches there anymore. But we are still, for most of the metro area, we're still in a watch. Obviously, Murfreesboro and Franklin and Nashville and the various counties associated with those. Yes. So to answer your question, yes, we're still in a watch, Dan.
All right. 5:50 on Nashville's Morning News. Going to take a quick break, and then at 6, Matt's going to go take a nap. And because he's got to be back on the air at 3.
A well-deserved nap.
A well-deserved nap. And we're going to continue on with Nashville's Morning News beginning at 6. We're still going to cover the weather. We're going to have the sun up. I don't even know. Is the sun up yet? I don't even know.
Hey, just in, a flash flood warning for Rutherford County.
I think we can assume that there's going to be a flash flood warning for, pretty much all of Middle Tennessee. But bottom line is, turn around. Don't drown. What we're going to do is going to take a quick break. We'll wrap up the 5 o'clock hour. In the 6 o'clock hour, Joan, you're going to start with your newscast, and we're just going to do sort of a hybrid of Nashville's Morning News from 6 to 9 because we do still have a lot of weather situations, whether it is flooding or the possibility of thunderstorms and so forth. So it's just one of those mornings where you have to just go with wherever the weather takes us. So that's what we're going to do. And coming up, we'll say goodbye to Matt Murphy after this break, and then Jen will have a newscast, and we'll start Nashville's Morning News. It is 5:51 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
This is a breaking weather update on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
554 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here along with Matt Murphy, broadcasting from Mount Juliet. Joan Jones is here at the studio, as am I. Jeff Malinoff is producing this morning. And I'm looking, guys, well, first of all, Matt, we were obviously watching that radar indicated activity on in Spring Hill, and it was moving northeast. Do we have an update on what is going on with that?
We do, and it's fairly good news. It has been downgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning, so they don't believe that there is a rotation risk within that system, so they allowed the tornado warning to expire. There are several tornado warnings in Kentucky, well north of our listening area, but there are none that I can see across the state of Tennessee, and certainly none in Middle Tennessee. So that's good news. There are some severe thunderstorm warnings, and obviously, as you mentioned, Dan, as Joan mentioned, there are going to continue to be flash flood warnings, but no tornado warnings in our listening area, and that particular system was downgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay, so it does sound like a good time to kind of sort of go back into somewhat regular programming. By the way, the roads are a mess. We've been talking all night long about flooding and all morning long about flooding. And if you look at the traffic cameras, 440 westbound in South Nashville is really, really bad. I mean, we've had some flooding. We had, Joan, where was that? It was 65 South transition to 440?
To 440, yep.
Where we had an over. What happened? The truck slammed into the wall, right?
Okay, so that one, yes, is 440 eastbound at I-65. And there you've got crash on the right shoulder there. There's flooding in 2 lanes. You've got the crash there as well. The stalled out, got a couple of stalled out tractor trailers on 40 westbound at Hermitage Avenue. Yeah, it is a mess on the roads.
Yeah, it is.
We're going to detail the whole thing.
Okay.
Let you know the spots you should avoid.
I have a note from y'all's mom. It says, stay home.
Yeah.
Yes, stay home.
Mom knows best.
Mom says stay home. Mm-hmm. I would note this, guys, before I have to check out of here, and just kind of on a sad note, as bad as the traffic situation is, we don't want this number to increase, but right now 3 individuals have confirmed to have died in the severe storms that have moved through the volunteer state. The Tennessee Emergency Management Agency confirmed a weather-related death in McNairy County. That would be the Selmer storm system that moved through that we've been talking about. Another one was confirmed in Obion County. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And then a third weather-related fatality in Fayette County after a tornado struck a home there in the Moscow area. So 3 fatalities. Hope that number does not go up, but this storm certainly has been a killer.
It has, and just talking about the traffic, because I think right now we are obviously transitioning out of tornadic weather and all that entails to now flooding and messy flooded roadways. I mean, you look at 440, and that is basically, as we like to say in the biz, the traffic biz, that is red or blood red, indicating traffic is really slow. 440 coming away from what is that, 24, and that is busy all the way up towards 65. I mean, it is just, and there's either flooding or there's accidents there, so that is really bad. 24 is also really bad, as it always is, coming up towards 24 out of Antioch. That looks really bad as well. 24 heading into 40. So that is really bad as well. So it's going to be a rough morning on the highways as well. We're going to say goodbye to Matt Murphy. And Matt, you're going to be back this afternoon from 3 to 7 for the Murphy Show. And looking forward to that. Thank you for the great reporting all night and here into Nashville's morning news. And we'll look forward to seeing you and hearing you this morning this afternoon at 3.
always a pleasure. It is our pleasure to serve the community, particularly during these nasty weather events. And we'll be listening, and we'll talk to you guys later on today.
All right. News with Joe and Jones is coming up next. And by the way, the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. We'll also, by the way, we're going to take calls, just KGB so you know. The roadways should hopefully be clear. I mean, we're going to have a lot of flooding, but I mean, there's not going to be a lot of people on the roadways. A couple of things. Obviously, we had spring break for a lot of schools, and also a lot of schools have now decided to cancel for at least today because of the weather-related issues that we've had overnight. And so there's probably not going to be a lot of folks on the roadway, but we'll continue with taking phone calls at 615-737-9986. And coming up next, we do have some news that we're going to tell you about as well. So we have a lot to get to on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.